Started because we have a lot of absolutely wonderful presentations to get through tonight. Okay, so the other thing I want to say to my colleagues is this room is super hard to chair from because I don't have the display, so you need to actually raise your hand, and if I don't see you, you might have to give me a little extra wave, and then I'm just going to keep track of the order that people raise their hands and try to intersperse it with the folks online because we have about half the crew online. So I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to give you a nod that yes, I see your hand. If I don't give you that nod, then you may need to give me another extra wave. Okay. Thank you all for being here for this council discussion on violence prevention. I believe Public Health Madison-Dane County is our first presenter. Is that correct? That is correct. All right, take it away. And we have technical problems in the room. Please stay tuned.
All right. Can you hear me all okay and hear me online? Yes. Excellent. Okay. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for having me and for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Arielle Smith. I am the Director of Community Initiatives with Public Health Madison-Dane County, and I have the pleasure of that work, of the Violence Prevention Unit work, being in my division. Our role as public health is prevention, intervention, and systems coordination, and that is work that happens ideally before violence escalates, as well as supporting people after violence has occurred in order to break the cycle of violence in our community. So for today, I wanted to talk a little bit about the collaborative approach that public health takes to violence prevention. So I'm going to walk us through and explain the role of public health in violence prevention. I'm going to highlight some of our cross-agency and cross-jurisdictional collaborations. I'm going to share some of our key successes and challenges. I'm going to share some of our accomplishments that we have achieved. And I'm also going to hopefully reinforce that from our standpoint, public safety requires a collaborative approach with multiple departments and also partners at the table. And I'll talk a little bit about how we have done that and how we're hoping to expand on that in the future. There. All right, so why is public health at the table? Quintessentially, violence is a public health issue. It is predictable, it is preventable, it is deeply tied to trauma, mental health, other social contextual indicators like housing instability, sometimes substance use, sometimes food insecurity. There's a lot that goes into why somebody may be experiencing and or participating in violence. Violence affects the health and safety of our community and also just community well-being over time. And so that is a quintessential role of the public health department to protect the health, safety, and well-being of our residents, which is why violence squarely falls within our purview. As a public health department, we work upstream, ideally, again, before people enter incarceral systems, before they have to engage with enforcement. and/or emergency response type systems. But oftentimes, especially in our work as a violence prevention unit, we are finding ourselves not only supporting and helping individuals from a prevention standpoint, but a lot of times from an intervention standpoint. And so that is where people unfortunately have found themselves within the cycle of violence at many different phases. And this is due to violence being cyclical. Public Health Madison-Dane County, we are a unique entity. I feel like anytime I am in front of you all, I have to take the opportunity to say that. We are a dual entity with the county, so we are both equally shared by the city and the county. And so that does, from a structure perspective, give us a unique position and perspective for us to bridge both city departments, county systems, city systems, and community partners to address not only this issue, but other public health issues. And again, gives us a unique opportunity to serve both City of Madison and Dane County at large residents. So it takes a village. We don't do this work alone. We never pretend to do this work alone. We could not do this work alone. Public safety in its entirety works best when all of our roles are complementary. And so we work very diligently with our law enforcement partners, specifically Madison Police Department in the city. We work with building inspection. We work with City Attorney's Office. We work with Madison Fire. Just to name a few of the city departments, we work with Community Development Division. I would say in the past year and a half, there is rarely a city department that probably has not heard from at least one of our team members. And that's just because the work of violence prevention is so broad and has so many intersections and abilities for collaboration and intentional connection. So I do want to walk through just some of the more finite examples of our city collaboration. I am so sorry, I think that's my phone. Sorry, thanks. The work never is done. So some examples of our city level collaborations. I think one of the examples I want to touch on is the work that we have done with building inspection and the City Attorney's Office, specifically with City Attorney Zillivi. That work has been mostly conducted in our place-based space work. So our violence prevention intervention team work in a lot of our multi-unit housing complexes, for example, and work with residents to identify chronic issues that may be drivers of violence. We do this in collaboration with an abundance of community partners and work to address those conditions in order to improve overall well-being and satisfaction in order to reduce rates of violence. And so our team, along with partners, have been boots on the ground, providing programming and services, providing opportunities for residents to give feedback that can help strengthen or address prevention or action plans that are needed. Oftentimes those are shared with building inspection and or City Attorney's Office, especially if this becomes something that would fall into a chronic nuisance situation or needs nuisance abatement support. And so our team, building inspection, Madison Police Department, and again, a whole host of other community partners come together regularly to work to address the environmental conditions that continue to contribute to violence and instability in those spaces. Again, this work often pairs with enforcement tools, so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that our collaboration with law enforcement partners on that is very important. We never want to be stepping on each other's toes, and we always want to be working in support of each other to have the best outcomes for the most amount of people as possible. And it works very well to couple those when needed enforcement strategies also with furthering prevention strategies so that we aren't just continuing the patterns of enforcement and accountability without trying to intervene with long-term strategies and solutions. We also intentionally align violence prevention with harm reduction and housing stability efforts. This is actively done with a whole host of partners, including our substance use prevention team at Public Health, as well as with Community Development Division within the city. And so with them, we work on neighborhood-based strategies. We ensure that our funding is aligned both with funding opportunities that we are putting out into the community, ensuring we're not being redundant, but always complementary, as well as ensuring that the strategies we're using for community investment are part of a bigger comprehensive plan. Most times we really try to tie that back to our community-facing strategic plan, which is the roadmap to reducing violence for Madison and Dane County. These efforts, especially in the past year specifically, have included youth prevention efforts and specifically working with partners in the violence intervention and crisis service provider space and ensuring that we have those services open and available to individuals who we or other community-based partners come across who may need them. We also have strong partnership with Parks. We've worked very closely together on Parks Alive, which was an initiative started a few years ago that provides some really positive community engagement during the summertime. And we've really appreciated the work that we've been able to do with Parks and support their efforts and also participating in those events. So we're looking forward to that this summer and getting even bigger and better. With that, we're also working with Parks on some youth engagement opportunities. We did some work with Goodman Pool, and we're going to continue to do some work with Parks and some other community-based partners around ensuring that people have access to the pool and that the access is safe and welcoming for all who want to enjoy our pools. And we've been able to do that by enlisting partners like Focused Interruption, specifically who worked with us last year on ensuring that when we're seeing those increased adverse behaviors around violence at the pools, that we have people on the ground, we have engagement opportunities, we have the time and intention to engage with Parks and pool staff with how to best handle these situations from a de-escalation standpoint to ensure that everybody stays safe and continues that access. We also have a lot of collaboration, so I'm sorry, I will keep going. We also do a pretty intensive collaboration through the mayor's office where city departments come together bi-weekly and we talk about kind of all the different things, either new or ongoing, around violence prevention. And this coordination was started in order to prevent duplication amongst the departments and also to ensure that our city dollars are working together, not siloed, not just in parallel, but really that we're intentionally coming together and ensuring that those dollars are being used in a coordinated way, as well as the staffing efforts and how we can best leverage the resources that we have. And so I will say during my time in those meetings, it definitely looks a lot different with the collaboration and being able to bring any challenges that we're having as a unit or any new information that MPD is able to provide us that we need to start looking to either prevention or intervention strategies around. It's very helpful to have all of the departments in one space on a regular basis so that we can work through and talk through that. So I just wanted to give that little shout out. So, work beyond the city. So as I mentioned, we are a dual entity, so I have to acknowledge all of the other ways in which we collaborate that just aren't primarily in the city. And I think one of the most important things to understand about our uniqueness is that while we're different, it's also intentional. And I think we've been able to really leverage that coordination across the city and the county to come to some better outcomes around the violence prevention work. And so it's typical for public health's role to often be to connect efforts that already exist and align them. And so we're definitely pouring in additional effort and investment to do that across the city and county spectrum. We're not always successful, but we're going to keep trying. One of the big coordination efforts that we convene that involves both city and county partners is the Community Safety Intervention Team, also known as CSIT. I know I've talked about that quite a bit in the past, but for me, it's a core example of the systems level coordination. And so that group brings together violence prevention staff, county partners like Human Services, other sometimes courts, justice involved partners, community-based organizations and partners, other service providers, and allows for the coordinated safety planning and support for individuals who either are actively engaging in violence or who have been victimized by violence, and kind of everyone in between, as we have learned over the years. The intention for that group is just to improve the information sharing while being respectful of privacy and legal boundaries, but also having that intentional coordination space, either when we're talking about individuals who are of concern for us at the community level, or of place-based spaces, or of group violence that we're aware of, and making sure that we have a coordinated approach from all of the major systems that either can or will have contact with those individual or individuals, to ensure that we're all on the same page about how we're going to best support these people. And so that group has done an incredible job and has grown over time to really ensure that we are successful and are creating diligent action plans to address what we're seeing in terms of violence patterns in our community. As I mentioned, we also work very closely with Human Services, specifically Dane County Youth Justice, to best align with our violence prevention strategies, especially those involving youth. I think we're hoping to really grow that partnership this year, as we are recognizing that we're seeing more instances of youth being engaged with violence or violence-like behaviors and patterns, and we really want to but we really want to get ahead of that and really change the strategies and the ways that we have been approaching that in the past. And so that's going to be a core focus for our team this upcoming year. A few more here. We also collaborate with the Dane County Office of Community Justice Reform. They play a critical role in advancing community-based, restorative, and data-informed approaches to safety at the county level. And so we're looking forward to growing our partnership with them this year. And then last, but certainly not least, we coordinate and work very closely with Madison Metropolitan School District around youth-focused prevention, early intervention, and have also worked with them on some different grant opportunities in the past. And so we recognize that schools are a critical prevention partner. They're often where we learn the most information about any warning signs or any things that may be coming up in the school that give us any indication that some early prevention or early intervention efforts could be helpful to preventing long-term effects. So our systems approach matters. Violence does not exist in a single system, and it's not going to take one system to account for this issue. And so working with all of the partners I just named and hundreds more is really where our focus is, and why we have done such a diligent job of making sure we are communicating and collaborating with as many partners as possible. So just a quick reminder of what our violence prevention unit does. Our core work is focused around community-based violence prevention, intervention, and outreach. We support conflict mediation. We connect people to comprehensive services and supports. We manage contracts with community-based organizations, and we invest in data evaluation and continuous improvement. And so I want to talk a little bit about the data that we use to inform prevention. We couldn't do this without the work and support of our law enforcement partners, again, on the city side, specifically MPD, and on the county side, we work with Sheriff's Department and some other law enforcement partners in the municipalities, because the crime data is very helpful and provides us context. It tells us what has already happened, and it also allows us to understand maybe patterns that are starting to emerge or that exist. Mental health, substance use trends, and other social contextual data also help us understand how to best address the risk factors through prevention strategies. Firearm use data helps us understand access to means and associated risk, and so together, that's kind of how we form our data picture in public health. And so that the collective data helps us understand whether risk and harm is actually being reduced. And if it's not, then it allows us to go back and rethink some of the strategies that we're using to approach the work. I think it's important to mention that prevention outcomes don't always move on the same timelines as crime trends. They're often foundational and long-term. So often it's tough when we see crime data rising and or falling to be able to actually contribute it to the work that we're doing. But it is important for me to remind everybody that we are playing the long game, not the short game. So hang in there with us. How we measure our work, we have our metrics organized into 3 categories: process and program implementation, individual outcomes, and community and systems impact. And so I have some of that data for you today. Process and program implementation. All of this information and data is from December of 2024 to present. Present being 10 p.m. on Sunday, so that's present. So our team conducted 159 outreach interactions. We engaged 108 individuals in our violence prevention unit and through select funded partners. I'll talk about that in a moment. And we completed 38 outreach in priority place-based settings. When I say 108 individuals engaged by VPU and funded partners, that is not the total list of how many partners or how many individuals were reached through all of our contracts. That is one contract that we used last year to support a place-based space in the Harmony Apartments. So that number is included in this 108 because we worked so closely with those partners to ensure that those individuals were getting services through us. So I wanted to note that. Our individual outcomes, which I am incredibly proud of with our team. Again, individual outcomes, they help us understand whether risk is decreasing and whether the work that we're doing and pouring into individuals is having some relatable measure or outcome. And so for us, in order to look at some stability, the metric that we used is reduced justice involvement and well-being. And so we had 68% of our clients, again from December to present, with no new justice involvement, which is huge. I wish I had a different baseline to do a comparison, but I don't. But what I can say is when we started this program, most of the individuals that were coming through the community safety intervention team were caught up in patterns of recidivism. So to see numbers where 68% of individuals we have engaged in services have no new justice involvement is huge. And that is truly a testament to the team that we have here at Public Health and how they support those individuals. In addition to that, a big service that our team provides is connection to critical services for that life stability component. Because talking to someone about behavior change when they are worried about where their next meal is coming from or where they're going to sleep tonight, that's not how this works. And so our team does a lot of upfront investment in identifying those critical core needs for an individual before we start talking about the behavior change. And so out of the clients that we served, we were able to connect 72 individuals to housing supports. So that includes either temporarily relocating someone, getting them connected to a housing service provider, providing those direct services ourselves, of supplementing rent, for example, for somebody who is in our program and continuing service with us, or for individuals who have maybe been impacted by a violent crime, to do repairs on their house, for example, if they had bullet holes from an incident. So all of that effort is contained in these numbers, and that was a big lift for our team. And so I think it's also a very big indicator for us budgetarily as to where we need to shift our investments in the future. And last but certainly not least, community and systems impact. I'm hoping to have more metrics for you all in the future around this, but our team has worked really hard to develop our network of partners who are invested in this work. And so the Madison and Dane County Violence Prevention Coalition is the gathering of all of the partners who are invested in the violence prevention work in the city and county. No, that's not an exhaustive list, I'm sure, of everybody who is invested, but that group has grown over time and we hope to see it grow in the future. And so currently we have 152 Violence Prevention Coalition members, which is great. That has grown from, I think, the 30 that started 10 years ago when this coalition was an idea. And in addition to that, we have 28 joint efforts with city county partners, and that includes our contractual agreements through the grants and RFPs that we release, as well as informal partnerships through, as I've mentioned a few times today, CSIT and other existing groups so that we can come together and ensure coordination and collaboration. So I also would have to acknowledge we've accomplished quite a bit. with our limited resources, but we've been able to build strong cross-departmental and community partnerships. We've expanded outreach and coordination in our priority areas. We've improved alignment between prevention, housing, and harm reduction, both internal to our department and also with our partners. And we've also laid a lot of infrastructure, and we'll continue to do that this year, for data-driven approaches for violence prevention. Since I'm up here, also want to take the time to just reiterate that the council's investment matters. As I've mentioned, we're both a city and a county entity. We could not do this work without investments from both of those structures. Right now, the city currently supports about 70% of the total violence prevention unit budget. And I just want to say I really, really appreciate the recent budget investment to converting our existing 3 half-time positions to full-time. Really and truthfully, they were working full-time already. So budgetarily, this is helpful because we are no longer paying our overtime. We're just giving our staff access to full-time and full-time benefits, which is really, really important for the investment of this team. And really matters when I'll talk a little bit about some of our pain points that will continue, but we will persevere through. Like I said, that increased our staff capacity and both our program stability. It's going to give us some more bandwidth to coordinate with our city partners, MPD, MFD, CDD, community partners, everyone. And we're really excited to see that stronger support for our team turn into that stronger support for our community partners and residents. So thank you so much. And so since I'm asked, I'm just going to say it, some of our ongoing challenges. Again, prevention takes time. It takes a lot of time, but it's always worth the investment, always. And so, you know, it's going to be a little bit of a long game that we're playing here because our outcomes will take some time to materialize, but we are already starting to see the return on our investment. Our demand does continue to exceed, and therefore it's exceeding our resources. And so it is having us rely more on community partners that we aren't also able to maybe fund differently, even though we're asking them for more and we're doing more. But we are, as a team, really trying to show our investment to the community by continuing to show up in the ways that we are also asking them to show up. Our workforce burnout, these are high intensity roles. These are people who are exposed to trauma on the daily, and daily doesn't even cut it, the hourly basis. And so we're really internally at Public Health looking for better ways to support staff who are constantly exposed to that high trauma and high stress environment, so that we can hopefully start to reduce some of the ways in which our workforce burnout are showing up for our team. And then, as always, right, need for sustained multi-year investment. That's nothing new to you all. Our budget is annual, just like everybody else's is, and we go through both the city and the county budget process. So just naming that, you know, as we continue to see increases for demand, you know, the financial cost, unfortunately, will probably go up as well, but we will do the best that we can. And so in closing, I'm not saying anything that you all don't know. Public safety is a shared commitment. And we are just so thankful to all of the partners who share in that responsibility with us. Again, public health's role, we bring prevention, coordination, healing services, and hopefully system coordination to the bigger picture, as our goal is typically to convene, align, and sustain the prevention efforts and systems together. But we couldn't do that without both our governmental partners and our community-based partners. And progress depends on continued collaboration and investment. And investment doesn't always mean funding. Investment just means time, passion, and willingness to do the work. And again, I'm so thankful to have a team that shows up and is willing to do that every day. And yeah, together we support a safer and healthy community. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Taking questions?
Yes, but Alder Evers had his hand raised very high first. So he will go first, and then Alder Glenn. And then Alder Yeager. And then I'll have to look at the other screen. Go ahead, Alder Evers.
Thanks, Ariel, for this very informative presentation. Lots of great info. And thank you also for Public Health's involvement and coming up with good solutions for Goodman Pool and for the Park Cedar Apartments, that collaborative approach. You made it clear that this is a kind of not only an interagency, but cross-disciplinary and involving community nonprofits often in our efforts. And I see Anthony Cooper of Focus Interruption Coalition here. Could you speak a little bit more about how you discern where the proper role is for your staff vis-a-vis choosing to engage with a community organization or multiple organizations in terms of solving a problem?
Yeah. So we approach that in a few different ways, and I'll talk about maybe financially first and then non-financially second. And so contingent upon the budgets every year, we have the opportunity to run an RFP process where we can award community-based organizations funding for violence prevention work. And our team has evolved this process over the years. I think the first few years, since it was ARPA-driven, we did make it more of a come one, come all system of if you're doing violence prevention work. And again, during the COVID times, no service was a bad service. We needed all the help we could get and had the ability to do so. And so that's how this started, with just getting funds out to the community, to anybody who is doing that work. That process has evolved for our team to be a little bit more strategic and identifying throughout the year where we're really seeing the pain points, whether that's geographically, whether that's with a specific age group. Like I mentioned, youth is becoming a lot more of a concern for us now than it was a few years ago, whether it's more on the prevention spectrum. Knock on wood, I would love to get to a more stabilized place where we're seeing crime rates that are so low that we get to invest in prevention more. And so our team really does a diligent job of identifying those priorities and then structuring funding and seeking partnerships who can meet those needs. And so, for example, our most recent RFP process was structured around the place-based space work that our team has been doing, and recognizing that we need specific programs and services at these locations. And so looking for partners who are willing to kind of pick up and move their operations to a specific location to support these specific individuals. And we've had some great partners who have been willing to engage in that work, and I'm really hopeful we can announce them soon, but not today. And so that's just one way in the financial realm that has evolved for us. In the non-financial realm, which I'll be honest, I don't love to talk about because I would love to give all of our partners money every time we ask them to do something. And so just want to acknowledge the partners like Focus Interruption who have always answered the call, even when we can't offer funds. I would like to say, I don't think we pick the partners. I think our partners pick us. And I really think that's a testament to the work that they do, not necessarily us. And so I've really appreciated the partnership and collaboration that organizations, and especially their leaders, have been able to give us, of saying, hey, we can do this thing. Is this helpful to you all in any way? And I can't think of a time where I've been like, no, don't do that. That's not helpful to us. It is usually like, yes, let's sit down. Let's talk about this. Let's find a place for it, because we are just not at a place where we haven't found a service or a program to not be what is needed for someone at some given time in our community. And so I think, we don't really have a way that we pick partners. I do feel like the partners have picked us, and that they've come to us and just have been so welcoming and offering of what they feel like they can provide. And we've been able to work together to find a specific niche for where the gifts that they can provide can be best used.
And you regularly meet with these partners and the nonprofit community, is that correct? And so these lines of communication are really robust and vibrant?
Yeah, I think they could be more robust. We're really trying to situate that primary line of communication through the Violence Prevention Coalition space. I do think there's ways we could be better about our communication there, especially with the leadership of a lot of our organizations and partners that we work with in that space, especially now that there are so many of them. Again, when this started, there were about 10. And then there were 30, and then I blinked and we're at 152 and counting. And so I think there's definitely better opportunity for us to communicate to the community-based partners where we're seeing the needs, what is the data showing us, and what the prevention or intervention strategies we're looking to put forth are, so that they can come back to us with more informed offerings of, hey, you were saying that this is a problem, or this is the strategy you all are looking to pursue. We feel like we fit here. And that's the model we're really hoping we get to in the near future.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Alder Glenn and then Alder Ugair.
I will just also add that every Thursday in CSIT, most community-based programs were in there. But roadmap, where are we at with roadmap? I know there was some data going on with the new roadmap. When will the community get to see the data?
Yes, good question. So we are still on track and anticipating for the roadmap to be released, I would say sometime in.
Could you just tell us what the roadmap is?
I'm so sorry. Let me back up and tell you what the roadmap is. The roadmap to reducing violence is the Madison and Dane County Community-Based Strategic Plan for violence in our community. So violence prevention, intervention, crisis services, upstream opportunities, all of it gets combined with data and information and feedback directly from community members, as well as our service partners, as well as city and county department agencies, and it gets rolled into what it becomes like the comprehensive plan. And so it's our intention to release an updated version of the plan every 5 years, and as fast as I can't believe it's come, we are at our 5-year mark. And so our team has been working diligently in the past year. Actually, it started way before that, but mostly in the past year to collect, compile this data, updated data and information from the community, from our partners, from our data sources, into an updated strategic plan. And so we are anticipating that that will be released in April of this year is our timeline, our anticipated timeline, barring any, knock on wood, delays or public health emergencies.
All right, Alder Ugair and then Alder Field.
Thank you, President Vitterer. Ariel, great presentation. I just wanted to ask you to expand a little bit. You had mentioned early in the presentation that one of the city partners that you work with is building inspection. Last year, a very wise person, I'm not going to mention that person's name because I don't want that person to get an inflated ego, but she usually sits on my right side in council meetings, mentioned to me that management performance is in apartment buildings and other projects, or poor execution is often a predictor of violence. So I assume that's part of the connection to building inspection. But if you could just elaborate a little bit, I'm sure you could go on for quite a while. But if you just
Yes,
give us a little more insight, thank you.
I could, and I'll try to keep my left-hand comments at bay. Yes, we have had to and have welcomed our partnership with Building Inspection for all the reasons you just mentioned. We started entering place-based work, and we're realizing a lot of the predictors and indicators around why we were starting to see violence patterns in the place-based spaces often were coupled with seeing properties that were being mismanaged, residents who were not being listened to or supported, buildings just kind of in dishevelment. We've had a few properties that also were public health concerns from a mold perspective, from just a building deterioration perspective. And so our partnership with Building Inspection, I, in a lot of ways, feel like has just begun because the work that our team has been able to do has produced a lot of recommendations that we would like to see different in future city processes. So including an opportunity for our team to work with Building Inspection and other partners ahead of a property being approved, ensuring that they have different supports in place for if you start to see or have experiences with residents, what are you going to do? And making sure that those properties are held accountable to answering those questions so that we aren't constantly playing cleanup, because that's kind of what it feels like right now. And so I know our team is really excited to work with Building Inspection, with you as alders, about changing some of the city processes so that we can be more proactive in our approach and ensuring that new buildings, especially multi-unit housing, especially lower income housing, especially housing that's being placed in geographic areas that we know might already be prone to this, to working on strategies and having plans to address this ahead of us actually needing to use them is the goal. So we're really looking forward to that. Yeah.
Alder Field, you had your hand up before and then it went down. Do you still have a question?
Sure. Yeah, I just
It'll be Alder
want.
Knox after.
Ariel, you and your team have been essential to my district, and your work has been incredible and very fascinating to watch and learn about myself. So just a quick plug there too. I've learned a lot of lessons, including moving at the speed of trust, among others. My question was also about the update to the roadmap to reducing violence, which Alder Glenn got to before I did. So I'm actually good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alder Knox.
Thank you. Thank you for the informative presentation. I just had a few questions. You kind of hit a little bit on it in the previous responses, but you mentioned on one of your slides, you talked about the challenges that we face, and one in particular, which I've heard before, is like outcomes take time to materialize. So my question is, so in the meantime, how do we measure progress or get a sense of, are we making progress? Are we treading water? Or maybe because the need keeps increasing? Can you kind of elaborate on how you, before this, I assume the roadmap will inform us a little more, but can you give us a sense of how we're doing in that?
Yeah, so I think for our team, that's why we're really focused on our specific performance measures and what we're seeing from the individuals that we support in terms of what we're going to deem as successful outcomes. And I used air quotes intentionally because I want to be clear about the way in which we provide services. We aren't the people who determine success. The people we serve tell us what success looks like for them. And so, yes, that makes it a little bit more challenging across the board for us to get metrics, and so it's why we decided on the ones that we did. So it's why we're looking at any increase in justice participation while they're working with us. It's why we're looking at how many supports were we able to provide them. I think some of the other indicators or measures we're going to be looking for in the future are some of our long-term sustainability. So after a client is maybe no longer working with us, we're looking to have a mechanism to check in with them to see if that progress was sustained. And so for us as a program, that's going to be the best way for us in the intermediate to really determine if what we're doing is working. But we recognize that's going to be more on an individual level, and that it's not always going to couple or be married with crime statistics or crime reduction patterns necessarily.
Okay, so when you say the clients you work with, then I assume you're talking about direct services that you're providing to either individuals or groups of individuals, but for the general residents who you indirectly serve, how do they get a sense of, we got boots on the ground and we should be feeling better about addressing some of these issues? Because generally we probably find out about things when we have incidents and, the newspaper and stuff. How do we get that general feeling that we have all hands on deck, so to speak? Can you give me a sense of that?
I think that's a good question. I think us being more upfront about the collaborative relationships that we have across both the city and the county is just one way to demonstrate to the public that this is an issue all of us are working on and taking seriously. Not to kind of pitch it to my friends at MPD, but to be very realistic, and this is a conversation we have all the time, people really do heavily rely on the crime data. They want to know, and they feel their feelings or perceptions and real feelings of safety are often directly tied to if we're saying crime is up or down. And that's not necessarily public health's bread and butter. And so we look for other ways to invest in the community, but I just needed to acknowledge that's not always going to then be the driver of people feeling like we're investing. So I think a great example is our team is working on some public service announcements specifically around firearm safety safety was safe storage and safe handling. We saw quite the increase of accidental discharges last year that resulted in a lot of harm. And so one of the things, like I said, our team is working on is trying to inform people who are firearm owners how to have them safely, and also how to keep themselves and others safe by making sure you've got the safety on, making sure you know where your gun is, making sure you have it locked up in a way that it should be locked up based on your own personal circumstances. And so while that's a lot of, like I said, the work that our team does, we're not naive, and we know that if we're doing all that work and crime happens to go up, that is still going to impact people's feelings of safety. So I think we're learning how to best support individuals in our community by feeling safe. But I do think our biggest step in the right direction has been letting people know that there are services and programming available, both through us, both through the city and the county, and a lot of our community-based organizations. And so making sure we're getting the word out there that there is support for anything that they may be facing or anything they want to talk about related to their feelings of safety.
And I really was happy to hear you talk briefly where you're talking about building management or building managers, suggesting that you're getting into the mode of like pre-approval, or how do we get in the front of some of these even properties that haven't even been completed yet. I think about, a lot of my community, we're anticipating Park Badger. And so we just want to make sure that when you have a lot of people who require a lot of services, that we're already anticipating that and making suggestions. And so I really do appreciate you saying that you recognize that we have to be on the front end of that and not chasing the tail, so to speak. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Are you complete, Alder Knox?
I am.
Hold on. Alder Madison, Alder Figueroa Cole is ahead of you, and then you're next. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Ariel, thank you so much for the presentation. Very, a lot of information there. And again, the team collaboration, which is something that is so key across all the agencies in the city. So I think this is I'm very pleased to see how we have expanded on that area. And I am confident that will continue to expand and silos will eventually be fully eliminated. So as elders, how can we, if we have organizations that perhaps are not, like sometimes we run into people that are working on specific things and they're not so much, so well known around the city, or they're not getting funding from the city or whatever. What is the best way for us to get them to connect into the roadmap group? How can we help you, reach out to those smaller organizations?
Yeah, great question. A few ways. I'm going to use like the standard. We have an email address, violence@publichealthmadisondanecounty.com. That would be a great way. The coalition meetings happen once a quarter. I highly recommend anybody who's even just maybe curious about the work to attend those if they can, and if they can't, our team does a coalition newsletter that anybody can sign up for. You don't have to attend the meetings to be on the coalition newsletter. That does both a recap of the coalition meetings and also post any additional information or opportunities around violence prevention that may be coming up, either funding or otherwise. And as always, my phone number is in my signature, so you can always just also have people call me. We want to know about the new partners. We want to know about existing partners. We want to know about anybody who is interested or invested in this work, because as I mentioned, we cannot have enough partners to help us do this.
Yep. Thank you. I just wanted to plug that in for people that are interested. They can connect, via email or direct with you. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Of course.
Alder Madison.
I just really want to say thank you for the presentation.
Oh, I don't think the mic's on.
You all can hear me. Just not online. Okay, but I do want to say, whenever I learn something, like, I'm excited. So I didn't know about the building inspection connection, and when I heard it, my first thought was, I was reading an article today, and it talked about there only being one inspector for like, when folks got the Section 8 voucher. So I won't spend a lot of time, because I got a lot of questions now about the building inspection and inspectors. Because, you know, when people are going through trauma and they may have a Section 8 voucher, it's taking too long to get approved. So I'm excited to hear this piece of the partnership. But I appreciate your patience. I appreciate your presentations tonight. And I will be emailing you too to set up something. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to take the chair's prerogative now. You mentioned CSIP, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what that acronym means and what it is and why we should care about it.
Yep. So CSIT is Community Safety Intervention Team. And oh boy, that could be a whole presentation in and of itself. But it's a group that has been in existence, if my count is correct, almost 10 years. I'm looking at 12? Oh my God. All right, well, we're not going to put my age in there, but okay, yeah, sure, 12 years. That's been in existence for quite some time. And it's a group of organizations at this point, although it started out as a lot of individuals coming together to originally talk about kind of how we wanted to address violence in our community. And what it has morphed into today is a strategic coordination of partners who come together to discuss specific individuals, specific geographic locations, specific groups of individuals who might be causing violence. I think I've covered the main three. And essentially come up with a coordinated strategy/action plan for how to address it. And so that group is by, I say it's by invite only just because we have to hold confidentiality, but any organization that's come to us and has said, hey, we feel like we can offer this program as service, we've brought to the table, especially with our youth, which is, again, we've started to see more challenges with. And so that group meets every week on Thursdays at noon, and they come together, they talk about new incidences. We get information from Madison Police Department and some of our other law enforcement partners about any incidents that have occurred in the past week, anything or tensions that may be rising, any contacts, casual contacts that they've maybe had that maybe don't rise to enforcement but are cause for concern that we can start early intervention on. We work with our human services partners. If there's somebody that's already in like a youth justice caseload, for example, we work with that social worker to create those coordinated action plans to see if there's additional support needed from any other agencies or community-based organizations for support for that individual or family. If they're not already involved in or connected to a service, then there's a few different flows that we follow. And just to give an example, if there's someone who was maybe impacted by gun violence and presented at a hospital system, for example, focused interruption usually takes the lead on supporting that individual, and they come back to us as a group and then talk about if they need any additional support from any other groups in the room to support that individual or family. If they don't hit the hospital system, there's a whole different flow chart that happens, but often our team then gets involved and we become direct contacts, and then again, vice versa, we reach out and say, hey, this is what we're planning for this individual, these are their identified needs, we maybe need help or support in this arena, does this fit within anybody's scope or purview? So it's really just a way for us to come together and coordinate actions, efforts, and services around individuals or families that are experiencing violence and or engaging in violent practices or affected by violence is usually the colloquial term we use.
Okay, I will ask you only one additional question. What gaps do you see in the continuum of violence prevention and intervention services in the city? What isn't being addressed and needs to be?
Oh, boy. I mean, I think, yes, I know I've mentioned this a few times, but we are really concerned about youth. There are a lot of compounding factors as to why we're starting to see youth violence crop up the way it is. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we can't then pull one thread without acknowledging the other thread. And then you start with all the threads, and before you know it, you've got everybody in a web. And so I feel like our biggest gap is as many people as we have at the table, it's still not enough. And what we're starting to see is we really need more kind of time and attention, infrastructure and funding to address untangling that web of everyone who's now involved in this system that is generating violence, or often then just, or if not generating it, being perpetually victimized by it.
All right, thank you. If there are no other questions, Ariel gets out of the hot seat and we move on to our next presenter.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, here's you. Let's see if I can get rid of, oh. Now let me see. Yes. Does it look good now? Okay. All right, y'all should be.
Thank you. I've been coming to a lot of common council meetings and other committee meetings, and I don't think police has ever gone second, so we were pretty excited walking over here. But I don't know that I ever want to follow Ariel again. Lower your expectations bring the expectations down to a reasonable level, and then you'll be overwhelmed, I'm sure. But we kept this fairly high level. Ariel did steal a little bit of thunder towards the end, but that's okay. It'll hopefully cut back on questions and save some time. But to her point about crime data and data analysis, we are going to include some relevant updates from the end of last year. It'll be the same data that you see in my fourth quarter report to all of you. So consent agenda, you can ask me questions again later at a future council meeting or not, but it'll be the same data. I'm just letting you know. But I'm joined tonight by Assistant Chief Angela Komaski. She oversees all things investigations for the MPD. So any resources that are assigned strictly to investigative follow-ups, so like detectives, forensic investigators, that falls in her purview, in addition to crime analysts and data analysis. So if you ever need data or any crime data, you can start with Assistant Chief Komaski with those requests. Okay, so just jumping in for a review. I just wanted to provide a very quick review for you for basically what has become our business model or our data-informed model when it comes to crime prevention, and that's what we call stratified policing. It is essentially a model that merges crime prevention and crime reduction efforts, evidence-based policing practices, and accountability into one model that we have adopted over the last couple of years. And so what it involves is that I set focal crimes, or the chief sets focal crimes from year to year, and associated reduction goals. And for us over this year again, but last year as well, those focal crimes are homicides, subjects struck by gunfire, burglaries, stolen autos, and theft from autos. And last year there was a 5% reduction goal, which was achieved. And again, this year we will look at a 5% reduction goal. And so it also involves what we call priority areas, which you've probably heard about. All of you have a priority area currently in your police district. Problem locations, which an area, obviously think more broadly, big geographic area. Problem location can be a specific block or specific building. Repeat calls for service, and then pattern crimes or crime patterns, which we also refer to then as microtime hotspots. And so when one of those pops up, what that means to the police captain of your district is that 4 of these focal crimes that I just mentioned before have occurred within 14 days within a quarter mile of one another. And those are the burglaries, stolen autos, and theft from autos. So what what are captains doing or what are your districts doing when it comes to prevention strategies? I mean, the first, I think, starts with our partnership largely with VPU. I'm pretty proud of where we come. I think there's been a lot of improvements over the last year, both with communication and information sharing. As Ariel mentioned, we're meeting with them routinely and have started involving them as of the beginning of last year in our monthly accountability meetings where they actively participate, provide feedback to district command staff. They're able to ask questions, and then we look for any opportunities, to merge efforts. It can involve at the frontline level foot patrols or high visibility patrols, what we call COPER patrols, which is an evidence-based practice, which mainly means we infuse resources or uniform patrol officers at random times, intermittently in our problem locations or our priority areas, and they rotate every 2 hours, every 10 to 15 minutes. It seems pretty simple, but the research has shown that it actually does reduce incidents of focal crimes and calls for service. Our problem-oriented policing projects, those are for particularly problem locations, so more in depth. It's not a 10 to 15 minute infusion every 2 hours. It's district command staff coming together with perhaps partners like VPU or other resources in the community to try to take a more informed problem approach to it, and it's typically a longer term project. It involves focused community outreach efforts and then things like leafleting or issuing flyers out in a neighborhood if there are burglaries or stolen autos or things like that that may have occurred, or a micro time hotspot that may have emerged. So these are just a few examples, but just to give you ideas, these are the types of strategies that we talk about in those accountability meetings. So again, what does accountability look like? It means tracking or assessing activity using our data that we have in front of us, the calls that we're responding to, the crimes that we're investigating, and assessing whether our efforts are having any positive gains or making any impacts. It's intentionally directing resources, obviously based on that data, using those deliberate strategies for the areas and discussing them as a team. So we hear about what other captains have tried, what they're doing, and what the resources may be trying to achieve, and then provide feedback, input, and again, that input that we've been now receiving through VPU has been very valuable as well. So it's at every level of the organization. Obviously, the chief is the one setting the focal crimes, so I'm included in this mix, but from the frontline officer to the detectives that are doing the investigative follow-up and Angie's side of the house, the supervisor level at sergeant, lieutenant, captain, all have a role in this particular model. The meeting structure is weekly, bi-weekly, and then monthly. And so as we get to the monthly meeting, that's the larger meeting where all districts are involved. We bring resources in from all sides of the city. Weekly and bi-weekly are held both in district and then an operations level with our investigations team and our operations team. And if you remember, that was Assistant Chief Matt Ty who came a few meetings ago with me to talk about this exact topic. And again, Public Health has been attending those meetings on a monthly basis. And we've started to have conversations about including other partners, maybe not every month, because I don't know that that would be needed. But if we have a problem location, for example, that might have a building inspection need, we want to start bringing in other resources or other partners like that to include them in the discussions and provide, that direct input on strategy ideas. So to give you some rundowns of, this is 2025 year-end data compared to the 3-year average. Now, if you remember in the third quarter report, I did adjust how I'm presenting this data to you. So that went through on the consent agenda. So if we didn't have an opportunity for you to ask questions or provide feedback, if you don't like this, again, this is your report. Please tell me, and we will change it back. But as your new chief, I thought quarter to quarter was, frankly, a lousy way to look at data. And so what we're trying to do is take year-to-date time periods and compare that to a 3-year year-to-date average, so you get a more broad look as to what's been happening citywide. And so Fortunately, we're having this meeting at the beginning of the year. We have a full year of data to share with you. So at the end of last year, for shots fired, we had 117 compared to that 3-year average I just described. And there was a 24% decrease, which is a great sign. I included heroin and fentanyl overdoses because that's part of your quarterly update from me, but that is also trending in a good manner. So 27% decrease compared to the 3-year average at the end of last year. Robberies, now just a reminder, excuse me, I talk with my hands sometimes. Those involve robberies with weapons or robbery by physical force. So, if I walk up to you, Alder, and grab your wallet out of your pocket forcefully, but I don't present a weapon, that's still a robbery. They're all included in here. So both armed and use of physical force robberies, it's a 14% or roughly 14.5% decrease compared to that 3-year average. Burglaries, that's commercial and residential burglaries combined, 42% decrease at the end of last year. And then stolen autos, a 50% decrease of stolen autos compared to the 3-year average. And thefts from autos, so taking things out of cars, not actually taking the car, that's a 19% decrease compared to the 3-year average. So these are all really, I think, fantastic numbers. I know a lot goes into decreases, and there's a lot of folks that'll argue certain points, but I really feel like these numbers reflect a lot of the partnerships and a lot of prevention work that we've been doing here locally. So I think everyone listening, all our community members have played a role in this, all our partners have played a role in this, and it's certainly not just the police department leading this. This is a team effort, so we should all be happy with what we're seeing at the end of last year. So now I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Kamoski to talk about our investigative model.
Thank you. As John said, I'm Angie Kamoski, and one of the things that it's under my umbrella is our investigative services. And so in 2025, we actually moved to a new unit-based model in the investigative services department, so with our detectives. We had slowly been kind of getting to this model where we started out with those ones that I have highlighted. Our first kind of unit-based was our violent crimes unit. That we started several years ago, and then went down, and the second unit that we created was the special victims unit, and then we created a burglary unit. So we had kind of had like a hybrid model up until last year where we had these specialty units, violent crime, obviously our homicides are very violent crime. Special victims unit is for child victims. And then our property crimes unit, which was originally called the burglary crimes unit, is now all burglaries and property crimes. So we started out with these, and then we also had detectives that were in district, and they would be assigned by district, and they would be assigned cases, sometimes based a little bit on a specialty, maybe a financial specialty or something like that in the district, but a lot of times they were also just general assignments, so they were just getting an assortment of cases in the district. So over 2024, we had, led by Captain Dan Nail, who at the time was in investigative services, he's now the captain of the West District, led a study to see about moving to a new model with a work group and looking at different agencies that were comparable in different ways to us. We came up with wanting to try an all unit model. And so that's what we moved to and that we've been on for the past year. As you can see how it also breaks down, the number of detectives is the number there for each unit, but then there is a sensitive crimes west and a sensitive crimes east, so they cover by geography, west of the square and east of the square. And that would be the units that would cover like domestic related incidents, sexual assault and those types of crimes. Persons crimes is in the North District and covers things that the violent crimes unit doesn't. So violent crimes will have all of the gun crimes and some of the much more serious like attempted homicides or homicides, but then there's other things like robberies and things like that that the persons crimes unit would be covering. We have a dedicated computer and financial crimes that we just started this year. As I mentioned before, we kind of had a little bit of a hodgepodge throughout districts with some of those, but those were cases that we really felt like that we needed to have more of a unit where we were giving some people training and things like that, where they could work together. And with seeing kind of the uptick in all of those types of cases, that was important. The Dane County Narcotics Task Force, that has always been, and that is where we have some detectives assigned as well, along with the county. UW is part of that task force, and then we have some participating agencies that are also part of that on a rotating basis. So they will be investigating all overdose deaths, is where they're at. We have one detective assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. And that is a multi-agency, state, local, and federal collaboration to investigate terrorist crimes and prevention of that. And then we have 4 detectives who are don't do case assignment, but they are the court intake unit. So they are that behind the scenes that get everything ready to go over to prosecution into the courts. So one of the really big reasons that we wanted to try this model was that we felt that it could develop efficiency for our teams. We could definitely have that team approach and have a collaboration on cases, that we could have training to develop expertise throughout the units and give people that training, and for our ultimate goal to be to improve victim services and improve services to the community with this model. So we are going to be evaluating this this year, looking at our data from last year, and having that accomplished by the third quarter of this year to see if this switching over is something that is going to continue to work for us. And I think one of the big metrics that's the hardest to measure, and that we're trying to do some creative thinking on, is that impact to victims and the community. Has it made a substantial impact and improvement to the way, right, that people are having these cases? So that is how that is structured, and we've been really excited to have that with that structure for this last year. I think this slide we can largely skip over, and because I think Ariel, so we don't have to do a lot of repeats, but as we talked about, a very, very valuable partner, and this is just a few ways that I just jotted down out of many that we collaborate. The Community Safety Intervention Team, the CSIT that Ariel talked about, our detective lieutenant from our Violent Crimes Unit attends that and sits on that for MPD. Just collaboration at the district level with our core officers, our neighborhood officers, especially in some of those place-based collaboration for some at-risk communities. Things like that, definitely the data sharing, not only the crime data, but one of the meetings we just had earlier today, in fact, was some data sharing for summer youth planning. So things like that. And then we are currently awaiting a decision on a CVIP grant through DOJ that would fund PD, the police department, and VPU for some crime violence prevention within the community. So just a few things to highlight, and Ariel did a much better, thorough job of explaining those. And then just back to some of our team city partnerships. As far as violence prevention, I'll just take one of these out of order and I'll turn it back over to the chief. Just because traffic engineering, the MPD partnership with them, traffic is also under my purview. And we've had a great collaborative relationship with traffic engineering through our test team, so our traffic enforcement safety team, which is made up of 5 officers and a sergeant. They have worked closely with traffic engineering on the Vision Zero campaign, on collaboration and information sharing. It has been great when they're, if community members are saying that they're seeing problems in, let's say, signage or something like that, where our officers are kind of out there and can see, oh yeah, I can see how that really may be a slight problem, or the public just isn't getting, where we want them to turn, or something simple like that. That's a collaboration that we can do and say, we're out there, we're seeing it, and try to make the roads safer. Things like the campaigns 20 is Plenty, and areas with high traffic crashes and things like that, that we do a lot of collaboration, where we are TEST is primarily enforcement, but they also do have a heavy educational component along with that enforcement as well. And so that's a partnership that we very much value. And I'll turn it back over to the chief to talk about the other few on this slide.
Okay, thank you. Just to to go back a few slides to talk about the priority areas and problem locations again. I forgot to mention, so the last couple weeks now, all of your district captains have been meeting with crime analysts within the police department and reviewing previous boundaries. And obviously, I just talked about some significant declines in some of our tracked crimes. And so we're revisiting all of those priority areas and problem locations to make certain that the data still supports that they continue to exist, because we don't obviously we don't want to not use the data effectively when it comes to identifying these areas, and acknowledge that perhaps we don't need to keep being proactive in certain areas of the city anymore because we're seeing such good results. We don't want good intentions to obviously translate into over-policing, frankly, in certain areas of our community. So please, if you haven't yet, talk with your district captains and ask them about these locations and about these areas, because they are shifting. And I know of one district in particular that will not have a priority area next year. So that's a good thing. I think that means a lot of our collaborations and our efforts are working. So just a quick talk about some other, and Chris, I won't steal any of your thunder, but a lot of people often ask me about our relationship with CARES, and it is a very strong collaborative relationship. And if you haven't listened to MPD Channel 1 in the mornings or Channel 3 in the afternoons, our cops are asking for CARES all the time. It is a very functional, healthy relationship, especially at the front line. And I think a lot of the hiccups perhaps that happened a few years ago that people were anticipating just haven't happened. So it's been a very good collaboration. And especially with our mental health unit, I think they work very well together as they work to try to tailor response plans for specific individuals who are suffering from mental illness in the community, and really on both sides tailor a best response for people who are very much in high needs at times. And both CARES and us continue to work with Germany Mental Health. We still have embedded crisis workers over at the MPD, and our MHU continues to be a national learning site by the Council of State Governments, and that's in addition to CARES. And so I feel like we really have established almost a Cadillac model here in Madison and Dane County. Obviously, we're working with parks frequently, and I don't see Lisa here, but I've been told perhaps online. Great relationship with parks and Eric and his staff. One of the locations I know Alder Knox is on has been the Penn Park region, and I know that Captain Zanders on the south side has had some direct collaboration with our Parks Department, specifically around trying to bring in positive events and positive gatherings into that area. Angie talked about traffic engineering, so I won't say any more about that, but and I know a lot of you are familiar with our work with the city attorney's office when we have certain properties that perhaps need to be considered for nuisance abatement or whatever the issue may be. Building inspection I mentioned earlier, and then Metro, let's not forget, is a valuable partner when it comes to violence prevention as well. And we've been coordinating around a lot of the new stops, a lot of the new routes, and just making sure that we're holding safety at all those locations as well. So that's what we had tonight. Let us know if you have any questions, please.
Alder Glenn.
Is this for Angie?
What?
Is this for Angie?
No.
Okay.
It's for, I'm not letting you off that easy. It can be for either, actually. Can you talk a little bit about calls for service and how they can be an indicator, but they can't be the beginning or the end of a conversation? When we talk about them, they can be used as a indicator of what can be happening. But like, for instance, when I worked over by Harmony and news puts out there's 220 calls for service, and you're like, there was 4. So the difference between and how they're all kind of bunched together. Can you explain to some of the alders?
No, I think, incident or calls for service data it's important, but it doesn't tell the whole true story of what actually is occurring in a specific area. So that's why we often try to steer a lot of you towards thinking about crime data, because that is actually a better story of what has occurred. For example, a noise disturbance call for service could actually be a homicide, and that actually happened in our career where officers were called to a noise disturbance and it turned into that. And so incident data is often more of a quick resource for us to take a glimpse as to what's happening in a location or an area, and sometimes it takes a little while for us to get to the crime data until things are, examined and investigated and then changed to an actual crime. Now, not all incidents turn into crimes. Sometimes a neighbor trouble is just that, and it doesn't ever evolve to an actual crime. And so we have to be cautious when we use incident data, because it doesn't necessarily mean an area is spinning out of control or crime is rampant. It could mean that you have two neighbors that just for whatever reason can't get along and they're constantly calling the police department to try to solve it. And we may respond there 100 times and never actually investigate a crime necessarily. It should just be that quality of life issue. So
Because calls for service also are proactive, right? And you want.
They're often proactive
You
too,
want
yes.
people to feel comfortable to call, and just because, they're all grouped, correct?
that is very correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Very correct. Now, back to my problem location and priority area discussion. We pull out the proactive call types so that we're not just perpetuating our existence in certain areas of the city. But that's a great point. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, no, I think it's important because working alongside you, you all do that. So it is all of the numbers, though, is what I, the data going down, and as we're looking at it, and you're talking, I heard you say something about changing maybe next year with how things, was that for like those
Changing this year.
department areas? Oh, this year?
This year.
Okay,
Yes.
and that was the part you were reading about, Deputy Chief? The different areas of the side of town, right? Where
Every
officers.
district perhaps they're going to see geographic changes as to where we're directing our resources through stratified policing.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Great
That's the
presentation.
conversation I'm encouraging to have, like with Captain Gary.
Yeah.
If you haven't had it already, because I think
Yeah.
his boundaries are changing as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, great presentation, and yeah, great numbers, thank you.
Yeah, but
Okay, Alder Pritchett and then Alder Figueroa Cole.
A quickie question, that I have, and it relates specifically to a couple of the slides that you showed, whereby there were decreases, let's say, for example, in shots fired, decreases in auto thefts, decreases in, I think there was a slide on robberies. Can you specify, or are there specific interventions that were employed that would account for those numbers, especially when you look at the end of the year and you look at the beginning of the year, or whatever two cycles you are addressing? What are there interventions that you say, if we do this, this is what's going to happen?
well, I wish there was one intervention that would work for everything, but I think, the most important aspect of what I think has been working well is that we're using real-time data to actually direct our resources into the areas that are actually having these crimes emerge. And, when they emerge outside of specific areas that have been identified or specific locations, like I said, if we get 4 within that 14-day time period, the expectation from the district is they're responding immediately to that area, and they're taking a look at what are the crime types that have occurred. So it could be, 4 theft from autos, or 4 stolen autos, or perhaps 4 burglaries. And our proactive effort may vary depending on what the actual crimes are. So theft from auto is an easy one to explain. I mean, when we see that particular thing emerge, we'll look at what the MO is, and what I mean is what's the motive of the theft. So are they smashing a window, or people leaving their cars unlocked. So if it's cars unlocked, which is unfortunately still frequently the case, with valuables in plain sight, we may choose to pamphlet the neighborhood and encourage people and educate them as to what's occurring, but encourage them to lock their cars and to stop leaving valuables in plain sight. If they're smashing the window, then we'll look at what perhaps is taken, and maybe the tactic is the same. But it really varies, I think, depending on what the actual patterns are that we're seeing.
I asked that question primarily because, during the course of the year, especially from, I think it was June of last year through the end of the year, there was an increase in the number, and I don't want to say they were PSAs, public service announcements, encouraging people to lock their cars. So that was an education kind of an intervention. And then you mentioned one other thing that could be an intervention was response time. So if we parlay those two together, response time and education, do you think those two, or separated, would also contribute to the decrease in some of the crimes that were shown, in the slides?
Well, I think education is always going to play a key role. I mean, I can tell you all their, when I was a Lieutenant West, which was, gosh, it's been 16 years ago now, but at the time, citywide, 60% of the burglaries were all unlocked homes. And so I don't know that number now, but I would venture to guess there are still burglaries being committed at times where maybe the door has been left unlocked for whatever reason, someone's forgotten, or a window's left open. So I think that's always going to be one of our battles, is trying to encourage folks to lock their homes, lock their belongings up. So education, I don't know that that'll ever stop being part of our job, but response time, I'm not sure I understand your question fully. Were you referring to our response time, the police, or what part of response time are you talking about?
Police response time.
That's typically not something that we talk about, frankly, a whole lot, because our method of response is a little different than the fire department, and they're often responding from the same location to a specific area, and their success is really nationwide evaluated on that critical response time, where I think we would all agree we expect our officers to not be at the station all the time. We want them out, mobile, patrolling neighborhoods, and like we're suggesting through our crime prevention model, really using their time to be proactive in certain areas of the city. So, if I'm being proactive on campus and a serious call for service happens, on Midtown Road, my response time is going to be pretty poor compared to someone who's sitting at this, the West Police Station having their lunch. So it's not something we always evaluate, simply because the expectations are a little bit different between our agencies, if that makes sense.
Okay, so time and place does matter.
Time and place matters, but it's, you won't see me come to any council meetings and talk necessarily about needing to reduce our response time, because we, especially now, our Dane County 911 Center, they have access to AVL data, which is essentially GPS data, and they use that to dispatch the closest officers to calls to hopefully mitigate how long it takes for us to get from wherever the officer is to wherever the call may be.
Okay, the final question, if you could think of any other metric that could be used, as an intervention, what would it be? Now, I'm speaking for example, let's say we know that the incidence of adolescents breaking into cars, could be high, let's say in the summertime, etc. And now they have been caught. They have been arrested for doing that. And let's say now that a particular community has a program whereby these adolescents go through let's say, a crash course on why you did this, et cetera, and if you do this again, this is going to happen. Are there other kinds of metrics that could be used to decrease crime in certain neighborhoods or certain types of crimes? I'm looking at other types of interventions that could be used by a police department, not only here in Madison, but, you know, wherever.
Well, what I would suggest is probably the hardest thing for us to consider, but you know, one thing that I've been trying to get a lot of us to talk about, and if you've looked at our annual reports in the last couple of years, I've been intentionally singling it out, and in your quarterly reports as well. But both for adults and juveniles or youth in our community, every quarter there's a measurable amount of individuals that are arrested more than one time. And I suspect if we actually, you know, brought in community partners and took the time to dig into the individual cases of both adults and youth in our community, it would likely expose criminogenic needs that are being unmet in Madison and Dane County. And I think would probably open up some opportunities for us to be very intentional with our efforts and surgical with our efforts. But I can tell you it's very hard work. It takes a lot of time, and it takes more than just the police department to lead it, frankly, because, you know, when you dig into these things, you know, you're uncovering folks that have significant needs, and unfortunately, you know, it's whatever the need may be is causing them or contributing to their decisions to offend. And you know, in my opinion, the traditional system is not helping them then fix whatever that need may be, or meet that need through, you know, navigating the court system.
Yes, you know, and I completely agree, because if we're looking at it, we're trying to address crime, you know, then we have to begin to think about what can we do, especially to prevent that person from going out and doing the same thing again, which would be like recidivism. Or when we think about, you read all the time about fourth arrest for OWI, fifth arrest. What did we not do? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alder.
All right, Alder Figueroa Cole, and then Alder Uguer.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had a little sticky note here with specific words. Okay, so when Alder Glenn was talking about data, I heard you said a few words that I want to make sure they're mean the same thing, or if they're actually different data sets. So when we talk about service calls versus you said something about crime calls, do you mean, and then you also said incident calls, are we all talking about the same offense data? Are offense, incidents, and crime data the same data, or are those different data points?
So when I refer to calls for service, I'm also calling that incident data, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then to your point, there's offense data as well, or crime, you know, which I was calling crime data, but not every incident becomes, you know, an offense or a crime.
Right.
And so that was the point I was trying to make.
No, I'm good. I just want to make sure, because I haven't, you know, when I asked for data, the terminology is very specific between service calls and offense, and I didn't know if I was missing another bucket, but that makes total sense. And then I have a question on regard to, you know, the point that Alder Glenn was trying to make, and you addressed that very, you know, accurately and clear, that data doesn't, you know, when we get open record requests and people try to weaponize that data to make assumptions that often are inaccurate. Is there, do we have some sort of disclaimer when we send the data out to the public when they do open record requests that helps them, you know, understand what they're looking at?
A disclaimer describing what the data is.
What the data is not, very much. Or can we
no,
develop a disclaimer that is, kind of said what you said earlier, that, like help us facilitate the assumptions that are made that are often wrong, that, we may have a lot of incident calls in a location, and maybe out of 20 or 50 or whatever, 4 offenses, or some of those are related to, service call data has a very, very narrow purpose, but sometimes it's used in ways that contribute to fear, misinformation, disinformation type of things. So is there a way to perhaps maybe when we get open record requests from the public to have a disclaimer that just maybe gives some kind of high level definitions of what this data represents, so we can help people, so we can help educate people on what they're looking at?
I mean, that's a really good point. That's not something that we've considered doing, to be honest, but I don't see why we can't. And maybe, we'll wordsmith something and bounce it off this body and just see if it makes sense. I mean, I think that's a good point that we haven't considered before.
Yeah, I think that would really help facilitate communication with the broader audience, because it's really, especially when we're talking about development, that, like for housing situations specifically, that information really becomes a pretty sore issue, and it quickly gets out of hand. And again, when people come in with a gigantic list of incidents, and I go back to you guys and said, okay, where were the offenses here? Then we realize, well, that's not, obviously the service calls are not telling the story, but people that receive the data don't really know what they're looking at. So a lot of uncomfortable conversations need to happen once that data is reported. So I think it would be great to have a disclaimer for that. Anyhow, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Yep, and that's all I got for tonight.
All right, thank you.
Alder Uguer.
Thank you, President Bitterer. You may have partially answered this question. I have 2 questions and a comment, but the first question, I think that the comparison of current year to a 3-year average is really helpful. One of the things that I noticed is that where we saw decreases for a lot of the crimes occurred because in the 3-year average, there was a peak during the summer, and there was either a smaller peak or the elimination of a peak during the summer in 2025. And I'm just wondering if there was anything fundamental that we were aware of that made a difference that caused that, because it was so important in getting that comparison down compared to the 3-year average.
No, I appreciate that question, and I'm going to stand here and argue. I mean, a lot of it is what we're talking about tonight. Is I think our collaboration has improved dramatically across agencies within the city. I'll point to Ariel's team. I mean, our collaboration with them has dramatically improved, and I think, frankly, your police department has gotten smarter about how it uses data and how we direct our resources, and it's been very intentional, and I think it's making an impact. So,
thank you. The other question is for priority areas. Have we found that there are procedures or practices that when we designate a priority area and we've got more resources that are brought into that area, is there a way that can be done and has it been done that allows you to create a greater sense of trust with that neighborhood or that building or so forth?
Collaborating with our community partners, and just some are here tonight, collaborating with other agencies has been, critical for us, in trying to leverage, existing leaders in the neighborhood, frankly, that perhaps we built some relationships with or established trust with, is critical. But really trying to work with one another especially if it's an area that public health already has, inroads in. That's been tremendously impactful. So, yes, all those things.
Thanks. In a comment, this is tangentially related, but it may indicate something positive. I just wanted to bring to people's attention. Westside Alders met with MPD West District leadership this morning in one of our periodic meetings.
Timely.
And on a subject somewhat different than violence prevention, we had a little discussion because, and I was one of the ones that noted resident calls concerned about whether they were seeing either ICE activity or MPD cooperating activity and so forth. And one of the things that came out that was mentioned by Captain Nail and some of the other leaders there is that West District and all districts are getting calls like that from fearful persons. They even mentioned that you were getting some of those calls.
Every day.
And I think that's important because it signifies that people in some of our, at least one of our most vulnerable populations, feels that they can trust Madison Police and call them. And I think that's important, and
I appreciate
it's a great accomplishment for what MPD has done.
Thank you very much for saying that, Alder. I appreciate that. And soon, and certainly I'll forward it to all of you once it's done, but we're working on getting something out on social media that identifies all our cars. Every one of our unmarked cars will now have a banner sign up front in the windshield that says official MPD vehicle so that there's no confusion. So we'll be encouraging the community, if they see a car that they think looks a little shady, check the windshield because it'll have that on. I mean, that was the quickest and frankly the cheapest thing that we could come up with. We talked about magnets on the side of the door, but we thought those would probably get lost or stolen at bar time or something like that. And then stickers, it has to be a certain temperature in the garage to apply those. So it's going to be a down and dirty version, but it's going to be up and visible in the windshield, and hopefully that'll help. But we'll also show the community how we dress, so there isn't confusion. And some of our staff who have been wearing plain clothes in the past have been told they have to be in uniform now. So we're trying to make adjustments, and we'll try to educate. So hopefully, if there's any of us that are contributing to the fear, that we want to mitigate that as much as possible. So thank you.
Alder Glenn.
Can you talk about the responses with MPD for domestic violence?
I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Kamaski.
So I think one of the big pluses in us developing these by unit is having that unit specifically, having the sensitive crimes that is largely domestic violence, sexual assault investigations. And so I think definitely getting, we had several detectives across districts that would be assigned domestic violence cases, but I think getting that victim-centered approach and making sure that we are doing interviews like victim-centered, we are doing all of those kind of things that are best practices is something that when we have now a unit that is actually addressing that, we can have systematic is just the wrong word, but an approach where we have people who are trained in best practices and how to really look at that. Specific then, sets of detectives and units that also make those relationships with DACE and other of our community partners to have some of those stronger relationships and just kind of continue relationships. And then also, it's one of those, prevention of it is extremely, as you know, extremely tricky, right? And kind of where does that fit in this whole violence prevention area? That is one of them where it is really hard because it's in individuals and people's homes, and so I think one of the biggest things that when we have detectives that are solely assigned to that is really hopefully developing some trust with some of our victims and things like that, where maybe there's something where initially it was called, or they called about one thing, but are now willing to disclose, some more, or things like that, where we can try to get at some bigger, the roots of things. But it's challenging. It's one of those things that I think trying to prevent, just because it's largely a lot of times behind closed doors, and still something that people don't want to report for so many reasons, right? That we try to do the best we can by really having a victim-centered approach with connections to our community partners.
Thank you. Just one last hard question, but just give me 1 second. I first want to say a disclaimer. As someone who has spent her career working in criminal justice reform and behavioral health and struggled with the systemic oppression I see of Black and brown bodies being incarcerated at a higher rate, I did a lot of healing in my previous work with MPD and building trust and seeing some really, really great officers do some really, really great hard work. And we still see those incarceration rates of young Black and brown kids at higher rates. And as someone who worked in public health, I know that the numbers don't always match with crimes. And so what actively are you all doing? I happen to have the pleasure of watching your interview, and you kind of get this question. But what actively is MPD doing to, one, change that, and two, keep building that relationship that I have seen you all build in the captains and the police, but really work on those incarceration rates for youth and men of color?
Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you for watching the interview. Hopefully you approve of the pick. Good. Well, I think you're right. I mean, I think we've made great strides over the last several years in bringing the total arrests down, but the disparities have continued to persist. And I think, a couple things that we're doing immediately. We've been talking a lot as a leadership team about essentially the idea around quality assurance and accountability. And so if you think of a lot of organizations that produce a thing, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, they have a quality assurance set of resources that are dedicated to making sure that whatever the product is they produce goes out the door and it meets all their standards. And you've heard me all say repeatedly, our mission is high quality police services, accessible, inclusive to the whole community. And I think if we're going to say that, we have to actually invest in looking at everything that is leaving the doors of the MPD as far as services go and make sure that we're meeting that mission and we're making adjustments as we need to. And so we're sending resources. We had some grant funding open up with an existing grant. We're sending resources to a couple of outside departments, one that's been doing essentially stratified policing for the last 2 decades. And we're trying to learn how are they sustaining it and how are they ensuring that over-policing is not happening in their community, and what data metrics are they using, and how frequently are they making adjustments, how frequently are they flexing the model, to make sure that we're doing what right now feels right, but I don't know that it's totally right because we're still learning this model ourselves as we go. But I think it is also going to hopefully bring us ideas on how to involve the community in things that I've dabbled in the past with others on the department, but others in the community as well, like arrest and citation reviews, to look to see are there examples of perhaps bias that are driving certain decisions. Comparing arrest and citation decisions across geographic boundaries, I think, is very important for us to do, but to involve the community in it. I see Mika sitting back there, so it could be her office, it could be members of the community, but I think it has to be open and transparent so that we're having these discussions together as a team to hopefully make adjustments. And what I'm suggesting is taking perhaps a more professional development way of correcting actions and correcting outputs, so that if we see, members of our staff that maybe are straying or away from what we believe is high quality services and what we think the community suggests are high quality services, that we're making those adjustments before it maybe graduates into a complaint from the community or graduates into unintended or undesirable outcomes. So those are a couple of the examples, but I really want to explore ways like that to bring the community closer to those discretion decisions that I think have big impacts for a lot of people in the community. But I do think, too, we have to look at the whole system, and I think I need to start leading some of those discussions because, like I said, when I'm saying it's a measurable amount of people that are arrested more than one time, it's like more than 15% of our total arrests sometimes, which at the end of the year, it's over 100. I mean, that's a lot of people, frankly, that I think have now shown us all that they have profound needs. So what are we doing? Arresting them and putting them in jail over and over again is not fixing their problem, and so I think we have to figure out how to engage the right folks at the table to hopefully then make more informed resource decisions, frankly, with some of our community partners. And I think it's an opportunity in a community like this that is resource rich, that clearly is demonstrating, some drops in crime that are, I think, would make other communities pretty jealous. I think it gives us an opportunity here to, to step back and hopefully get serious about getting folks some assistance that they may need. So, yeah, you bet.
All right. Oh, go ahead, Alderman Revere.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Chiefs, for your presentation and for answering all these questions. I know we're way behind our tentative schedule here, so I'll try to only ask a couple of quick follow-ups.
Well, I'm glad I went second. So.
The first one is I was...
Sorry, Yang.
Oh, was that JP? Sorry.
I'm saying that's why I'm glad I went second. And
Okay,
I apologize to Yang and Krista.
Exactly. So. Thanks to Ariel for her excellent presentation and her answers, too. But in any event, maybe this is kind of going in reverse order of my follow-up questions, but the first, I appreciated very much hearing the steps you're taking in the coming days relating to the fear of the federal immigration crackdown, the terror really that so many are feeling nationwide. To the uniform change, could you be a little more specific? Will we now see all of our detectives in uniform, or could you be specific who?
We're talking about that. I mean, some of them might be watching tonight, and I'll strike fear in all of them. But right now is a good time for them to always be wearing their raid jackets when it comes to being out in the community. Now, those have the same shoulder patches, the same, Madison Police logos, and badges visible. We did this again last summer, if you remember, and the drawback was it was, I think 85 degrees or something like that, where I said you have to wear your raid jacket, and then, we had people complaining about dehydration and, losing too much water by wearing it. So we're going to act now with the raid jackets while it's, nice and cold out and it's a reasonable thing to wear, and then we're going to explore whether or not that has to happen for the summer months, that being moving into uniforms, or if we can find an alternative, throw over or something that will identify them readily as a Madison Police detective. As you know, a lot of their work is done with crime victims, and we want to be sensitive to the fact that, in fact, many crime victims may not want the uniform coming to their home or their place of work while they talk about what they experienced. Certain witnesses may not want that. And so there's often times where plain clothes really makes good business sense for us, and really, I think, is what community members in those positions want as well. But we have to try to strike the right balance so that, they're not being misidentified as federal enforcement. So
it's a work in progress, it sounds
a little bit of a work in progress, but every Madison police officer should be identifiable moving forward. And certainly I feel like I've encouraged the community to do the same. If there's ever any question with who you're speaking to, call 911 and we'll come and we will help identify and we will, hopefully help calm the situation as well. So.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you. And then switching topics. topics back to the stratified policing problem areas and that reevaluation that's underway in progress, whatever. Could you identify which of the 6 police districts is the fortunate one that will no longer have a problem area?
That's Nail in the West District is not going to have an area.
And then talking about all the boundaries tonight,
Sorry,
well,
Mr.
I'm frankly not surprised because I think all of us read the emails every day that we receive for as subscribers to the Daily Call summary, formerly Chief's blog, but now Daily Calls, and now Dan, but anyway, West and Harrison and South always seem to be those with the fewest calls for service identified on, in those reports we receive. So anyway, that sometimes has got me thinking, but the conversation about boundaries tonight that's come up so much in the use of data got me thinking, when was the last time that we reviewed our actual district boundaries? Was it when Midtown was created?
That was when Midtown was created, Alder.
And
that was the last time we moved sectors and we adjusted sector boundaries. I can't think of a time where we have adjusted district boundaries since that station was built. So it's been a while.
And then can you remind us, how often do you, as a team, reevaluate your beats and your
Every year.
staffing relating to the data? Is that every year prior to shift pick?
Every year prior to shift pick, yes.
And in terms of the district boundaries being reevaluated, there's not really a clear need for that in terms of I'm just thinking the leadership of some of the districts, like Captain Gary was mentioned earlier. He always seems to have the unfortunate distinction of being one of the busiest, districts north.
You're kind of teeing me up here, so I appreciate this. But and Alder Glenn will appreciate this. But I'm
North
sorry
and
to my
east.
colleagues at the side table here. But if you remember, the North District lingers on the horizon list, and this isn't a budget meeting, so I won't go too deep into it. But we're really locked with the North District with those boundaries. And so when you look at the East District, it's a lot of growth is going to continue to occur there. And if we want to try to accommodate and shift district boundaries, we need a new station. And so that really can't happen until we move off the horizon list and into the SIP. And I know we're talking years from now, but that in that North District document that's been shared through our budget documents in the past, it explains that and the shift that we did years ago with some of the East District boundaries. East is now approaching capacity because of that shift, and so we really have to keep that in mind as we move forward. So
Yeah, well, as I say, I think we all read those emails every day, and those 2 districts clearly seem to be the busiest in terms of the calls for service. At least,
thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Thanks.
All right, we're going to move on to our next presentation.
Thank you all.
Parks is after you guys.
Okay, so I need to get this on this
you're not
one
sharing.
here.
Yeah.
Where's the share right here? And I want, where did that go? There. How are we looking? Give it a minute. There we go. If I go to presentation mode, will it go big?
Slideshow. Oh. Probably not what you want. Go back and try slideshow.
Where do you see that right there?
Way up there. The original one. Or from beginning, sorry. No? Why? Why?
Will.
Can you take it out of, what did you do to get it into presentation mode?
I don't know. I mean, I just shared it here.
Clicked something presentation mode, and I don't know if it does something fancy.
Should I try it? Stop it again here. Share it again. Where did share go? There it is. There we are. Share.
Yeah. And hit from beginning, and let's just try to see. Come on.
I wonder if I pull up your email, was that in PDF or was it?
It was PDF, you
So I
know.
wonder if that.
Everybody else, yeah,
Yeah,
I know they
wonder
were,
wonder if we go to that.
they were a little bit sad. I can stop sharing. I mean, it's okay. I wonder why it would do that. Whatever, I never understand how this.
All right, so if we
Seems like
do
it should be
this.
so obvious. Yeah, open cares. And then while you're in there, open parks, and then parks can just,
And then parks.
yeah, so that you don't have to.
Yep, there we go. We got them opened. All right, so CARES is up there. Now we
Then
can go back to
CARES.
shares.
And let's just make sure the AI bar doesn't come
Okay.
back. I figured out how to get rid of it, though.
So where is our Zoom now? Right here. And we want to share. And we want to
It's
go
that one, you just have to
there. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. And then I'll just go up
switch
to
over. You can kind of,
Is that it?
yeah, I think that's it. And then close that. And let's hope that thing doesn't show up.
I think we're getting closer.
I think
We got
so.
parks loaded too.
Looks good.
Okay,
Awesome.
great.
Great.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you having us to chat a little bit about fire's angle to the concept of prevention. I'd like to start by introducing myself. I'm Chris Hamas. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief of Medical Operations for the Madison Fire Department. So I oversee essentially everything related to medical responses and services with the department. Thanks to Ariel and to the chiefs from MPD for their presentations. They truly, from my perspective, really do the lion's share of the work of when you're talking violence prevention in our communities. When I think fire, we often, I think you ask a lot of people, you're more considered of a reactionary service. After 911 is called, fire goes and mitigates whatever's there. Our goal, as Chief Patterson was kind of alluding to with response times, is related to our positions in stations and responding to an incident. Our goal really is to try to keep our vehicles in the stations, right? Which is kind of an interesting concept to think about, as we'd rather our people to just not go anywhere and stay in the stations, because that means we're doing a good job out in the community of reducing issues that would require a response. We do a lot of prevention, though, in the fire department related to working with the children in our community prevention bureaus and fire prevention and safety. Our fire prevention bureau with building safety and code enforcement plays a big role in some of the safety in our and a lot of the components in safety in our community. But one angle that Chief Patterson alluded to that I'm going to be discussing with you this evening is our CARES team. That's our Community Alternative Response Emergency Services. Our CARES team was started in 2021 in collaboration with our other partners in the community here. In particular, Journey Mental Health is our closest partner in this one, that we have a Journey Mental Health crisis worker that is working on our CARES team alongside one of our Madison Fire Department community paramedics. We started out with one team, and over the years, CARES has expanded to now running 3 teams, Monday through Friday. Let me just make sure I'm good on that. Monday through Friday, staggered hours. We've found where the brunt of the calls would be occurring at time of day, and that's where those teams are staggered for coverage. And then we run one team on Saturdays and Sundays. The premise of CARES is that they're going to be responding to behavioral health emergencies that are nonviolent in nature. That's really what it is. And to that, there's a periphery in our hopes, and what we're seeing, we think, is that we're seeing great results in the violence prevention in some of these instances that have escalated previously to violent conditions in nature that we can stay ahead of. Kind of an inverse relationship in our graphs here with our CARES responses, which is a great inverse relationship to what we saw with PDs and showing their decrease in some of those, the crimes. We're showing an increase in the number of calls for our CARES team. What I have here is the end of our fourth quarter data that I'm presenting to you here. And as you can see from the inception of the team there, down in the bottom left-hand corner to where we're at now, that has gone significantly up. Now, there's a couple of components that relate to that and drive that graph up. One is we've expanded our team coverage. being able to capture more of the calls on a daily basis because we actually have more teams out there working on the streets. But another big part of it is the community and the provider awareness level of what that team brings to the table and helping to mitigate some of these instances. So just the recognition of what CARES can do for our individuals in our community. They're being called out earlier, as Chief Patterson alluded to. You listen to the radio, oftentimes, whether it be PD or on our fire side of things, before our CARES teams come on staff or on duty for the day, we have our crews asking, hey, is CARES available? Is there a CARES team available? And sometimes these calls stack up, and as soon as they hit the, hit the go button on their vehicle, it's nonstop throughout the day. So the demand for service on CARES has gone nowhere but up, and you can see that in our average daily responses follows that same trend in that respect. Interestingly enough, what we're also seeing is, and you can see in the fourth quarter of the year, 43% of the calls are in the fourth quarter were for welfare checks, and those numbers, the trend of that have just increased as well. So that's a really good use for CARES to be the initial go-to if there's no concerns for any violence in nature. And what I'm going to get to with our responses with CARES is freeing up other resources that can be better utilized in our community to help in the violence prevention aspect. And in particular, freeing up our partners over in blue there so they can do the great work that they do. Just to touch on numbers there, that's the number of clients that have been interacted with CARES since the inception of the program. When you're talking over 7,000 individuals, that's significant. And some individuals we encounter more than once. These are different 7,000 different clients. So the number of, obviously the calls was, I think, just north of 12,000 now is what we're at right now. But so a significant number of individuals in our community that benefit from the services of CARES. When you're looking at outcomes here, a lot of what we accomplish with our CARES team is done in person. 60% of that, 65% of those individuals are dealt with a response by our team to their location. There are some situations that are taken care of over the phone. We do have to transfer some of the calls back to the fire side of things, the fire and EMS side of things, or to the law enforcement side of things. And I want to kind of shine a light on that aspect right now when we're talking violence prevention here. When you look at that purple bar down there showing 2% of the calls, of all the CARES calls are kicked back over to law enforcement. And then when you take a look at this graph right here. This is a representation of roughly what a month's worth of calls looks like. And all of the blue calls are, blue squares are managed by our CARES team. The red and orange squares there are transferred back to law enforcement. And of the orange ones there, those are the ones that law enforcement assists in matters that are not taking that individual to jail. So we got a very small percentage of calls that our CARES teams are called to that are kicked over to police, and they need to be at times. But when you look at the totality of that, that really shows take a look at that picture right now and then think about that before we had the CARES team in place. All of those calls were handled by either two entities, one either police or fire. And the two highest destinations that those individuals would go to would be the emergency department or to jail. So by being able to integrate our CARES team and the resources that they bring to the table and the awareness of the other resources that we have out in our community and getting these individuals that are having behavioral health emergencies that don't necessarily benefit from going to emergency room, don't necessarily benefit from going to jail, lining them up with those resources so we can get them the help that they need, the services that they need to get beyond that incident that they're dealing with at that moment in time. So I think that's, I alluded to it just a little bit earlier, the resource allocation and putting the right resources to the right task in our community is really a backbone to what this CARES program is really all about. And in particular, when I'm talking with law enforcement, allowing them to do their great work with not having to spend the amount of time and resources that would have been historically largely put on their shoulders. So the collaboration between the two entities and also with our county has been phenomenal. And we've seen, we feel, nothing but great success in this program and how it's expanded. Just brief touch on where most of our individuals or clients are transported, a lot of them do go to the emergency room. When you're talking about 25% of our individuals that we encounter do get transported, and out of those, about half of them do go to the emergency room. Other half of those are spread out throughout different resources and facilities and agencies in our community. They also do about a third of the individuals that they encounter are referred to other resources in the community to get them the immediate care in the moment as well as ongoing care to continue on down the line. Last thing I'm really going to touch on here is just the desire for the CARES program elsewhere. And what we've tried and we've seen through other communities that are touching the borders of Madison is they've seen the success of the program and have wanted to see if we could provide service there. So what we've done starting February of last year was a pilot expansion project program into the city of Sun Prairie, providing care service to that city. And since in quarter number 4 there, is summarized there, but we've had 87 responses through the end of that program in quarter number 4. It went through February, so it's not a full year in this numbers here, but like we saw in Madison, once the services, police and fire in Sun Prairie started to recognize what CARES could bring to the table, we started to see an increase in their calls for service out there. And we think that's going to continue to happen here through the recognition of what is brought to the table. So that program, we're going to continue to provide service in Sun Prairie through the rest of this year, and we're going to continue to evaluate the numbers on that and see where we need to go with CARES. Is it something that we need to continue to pursue future expansion through other communities in our county here? Is this something where we need to look at the expansion of additional teams in our at home here in Madison to try to keep up with the increasing call volume? So when you're talking 2021 as the inception of the program, it's a pretty darn new program here, and so we're still kind of feeling things out, trying to find the right carrying capacity for our teams and see what they can mitigate and manage in a reasonable manner that we're not burning them out too much and being able to provide a service that's not spread so thin that we can mitigate the needs in our community here. Just a summary of some of the data that we've covered there. I don't need to read through all that in detail there, but those are just some of the take-home points. Again, I'm really proud of this program and where it's come. The demand for service and the increase of its need in this community, we think is really shown true in the numbers that we can present to you. We're thankful for our collaboration with our partners here to continue to provide this valuable service to our community and get individuals the right resource to the right individual at the right amount of time. One thing I do want to just touch on in particular, and I'm actually going to just flip through these slides back really quick, is to the cover page here, is our CARES team. I think it's important to recognize that a big part of I shouldn't say big. Some of these individuals that are having behavioral health emergencies don't respond well to authority. They don't respond well to seeing lights and sirens coming into their environment, or badges and uniforms, whether it be police or fire for that matter. So CARES is purposefully a non-emergent service. We don't have lights and sirens on any of our vehicles. We send them in normal traffic speeds to these instances. You can see these workers on the page here. They're wearing pretty nondescript clothing here to kind of bring down the level of anxiety when they get to these situations. And we think that's, in some individuals that they encounter, is a big part of just kind of lowering the anxiety level of what might be happening in those instances to hopefully prevent some violent nature that potentially could occur if we're just slamming in there with lights and sirens. And we make a mess sometimes when our fire guys just come barging through the doors. It's like an armada sometimes, and sometimes that's very daunting to people. So kind of tapping the brakes and slowing things down and spending the time with these individuals is really of huge benefit. Also like to just throw one bit out there, you're going to see some new CARES vehicles. We're putting our first one in service this week. They're Sprinter-type vans. They're beautiful. We have 4 of them that they're getting outfitted right now, and they're really going to help. They've got spaces in the back of these vans where they can bring individuals into the back of those, have a good workspace where they can collaborate and help give a much more efficient and comfortable way to interact with individuals that we respond to and get them the resources and the help that they need. So we're excited to get those things out on the road here this week, as you should be seeing the first one. So thanks to all that were involved in helping support and fund and get that off the ground. To that tune, I think that's all I have to really kind of cover on this. I hope I did my best to get us somewhat back on track here. I was trying to speed through that, but happy to entertain any questions.
All right, Alder Figueroa Cole and then Alder O'Brien.
Thank you. So you spoke about how much MPD appreciates this service and the amount of collaboration and gratitude that comes from it, and they're always asking, especially the West Side, they're always asking, can we expand CARES? Can we expand CARES? So I wanted to get your perspective on what has been the how has that worked out for Sun Prairie? Are you getting the same kind of results or feedback from Sun Prairie Police Department?
I don't want to speak for Alder. I don't want to speak for Sun Prairie fully, but what I can tell you is that the pilot project was subsidized and the assistance in funding it for that first year was in place financially. And after what Sun Prairie had seen as far as our pilot year, they decided that they wanted to continue service on their own of funding the program through the remainder of at least through 2026. So again, not to speak for them, but inferring for their desire to want to continue the service to me reads that they're pretty pleased with what is brought to the table with the CARES program being out there.
That's great. And did you have data showing kind of the same as to the number of calls that you guys resolved versus the calls that end up going back to their police department?
It is all, we do, I don't have that with me here tonight, but it's all very, very parallel to what we're seeing in the responses here in Madison when you look at the volume ratios.
Great. And then my last question is kind of a two situations happening right now. So you mentioned the emergency room is like a very high number of people ending up at the emergency room. Have you found on the past 2 months have you noticed any changes since the Tellurian funding was changed? Are the emergency rooms more overwhelmed? Have you getting any roadblocks?
I wouldn't say there's a significant noticeable change in our responses. Don't quote me on the numbers, but I believe there was only a few, 3 or 4 beds, if I'm not mistaken, that were available at Tellurian. I don't want to be held to that quote, but the volume of beds there that they were able to take care of individuals, as far as not being able to take care of those individuals now, the realized impact as far as the volume of calls that we go on a daily basis, I don't think our providers have seen a major impact on that. Now, I can't speak for the emergency rooms. Our involvement in time with individuals is very much revolving door medicine is kind of how we refer to. We spend a very short period of time with individuals that might benefit from detox services. The hospitals definitely have to endure longer times and bed space with those individuals. So the impact I can only suspect and imagine is a little bit more profound with them than we experience in the fire department.
All right, well, thank you. I mean, it occurs to me that maybe that was also a question for MPD, but I can maybe address that at a later time to see how that impacts our the hours police officers spend at the hospital in general, if that has changed. So yeah, that's just a note for a later conversation. Thank you for the presentation. I'm also very proud of this project. It started right before we came in, and And anytime that we can find ways to support it, I think it helps everybody. So thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Alder. Thank you.
Okay, Alder O'Brien let me know that I misread his hand gesture. So we'll go to Alder Verveer and then Alder Matthews.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your presentation and all the good work that those that report to you are doing in terms of CARES. The first easy question, on your second slide, you had mentioned the history of the locations at Station 3 and the now current temporary Station 6. Am I correct that all 3 CARES teams are currently at 1, 2, 3, 4?
That's correct. Yep, we're all housed there. They redid the front office space there for collaboration of those teams. You know, a lot of what they do is not just responding out there. It's the follow-up work. It's the documentation. It's the collaboration and working out care plans for these individuals that we encounter out there. And then all of the vehicles are going to be housed there at 1, 2, 3, 4 East Wash as well. So yeah, that location, especially. When you're talking where a lot of our calls were happening in the downtown area was a great spot to get all those under one roof. It also just lined up well with our expansion pilot into Sun Prairie, just, you know, shooting out east there. That's a pretty good corridor to get out that way. You know, looking down the road here, if we end up evaluating an expansion of the team, whether it be service in the city of Madison or surrounding communities in Madison, that'll be something we'll have to look at and figure out what the best location is for putting CARES vehicles. I know there's been discussions with the new Station 6, potentially putting some bays in there for a potential expansion. That'd be really close access to the Beltline to get south and west and through corridors that way. So we'll continue to make data-driven decisions to figure out where the best location is for the units to be able to capture most of the calls in a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you. Chris, you anticipated my follow-up question in terms of the location. And then switching gears a little, I know the community paramedics also report to you or ultimately, you know, in the organizational chart. Can you speak to the amount of collaboration that our community paramedics have and our CARES team members have? That I would just assume that there's a lot of overlapping patients with the different needs between behavioral health and other health concerns.
Just to be clear, our community paramedics are our CARES team. That's who consists. That's our paramedics that make up that component of it. So the pairs on each team is one community paramedic from which is under the umbrella of a Madison Fire, and then the Journey Crisis.
They always have a Journey worker with them, right?
So they're all always partnered up together in a team. Yeah.
So what I'm thinking of, maybe I'm not using the right terminology, but our community paramedics, or the term I'm thinking of, that predate CARES, where we had paramedics working intensively with our patients to reduce transports and the most chronic's probably not the right word, but the frequent flyers is also a very inappropriate term. But anyway, those that were most using our EMS service and going to emergency departments.
Yeah, I apologize. I got your question now.
So yes, do we call those community paramedics?
They are.
Did I get that right?
Okay. And when our CARES team, they have what they call Community Paramedic Day, where they do work on those initiatives and do follow-up visits with members in our community. We work in collaboration with some of the hospitals as well under grant work to identify individuals that might benefit from a home visit. Our providers out on the streets on our fire trucks and our ambulances, if they go into a house and recognize that someone could potentially benefit from a community paramedicine visit, a referral will be made. For example, if you go into a home for someone that has fallen twice in a day, and we recognize there's a lot of trip hazards around the house, rugs, and maybe not enough grab bars around by toilets or by showers, they can recognize that, make that recommendation to our community paramedics, and then what our community paramedics do, who also staff our CARES vehicle, they'll have a community paramedic day. They'll go out and make these visits to these residents in these homes and try to identify what resources they can put at their fingertips or employ to help injury reduction, risk reduction in their homes, and hopefully prevent a 911 call is what we're really trying to prevent. I started out with trying to keep those trucks in the stations. That's the best thing we can do, is kind of that prevention side of thing.
Just so I have it clear then, maybe this is too organizational for most, but so we don't have any current local 311 paramedics that do community paramedicine visits still? Those were under an old grant?
Yeah,
so all the community paramedicine are all also CARES team members?
Our CARES team, our CARES community paramedics are under 311. They are not commissioned.
They're not commissioned or sworn, but they are represented by 311.
Exactly, yes.
And is that the way it was before we created CARES too?
No.
Am I thinking of a grant with Meritor or something like?
Oh, yeah,
Because
Meritor
I've been
did
here
have
so long.
Yeah, there was a couple different grants. One was through UW, one was through Meritor. One was for trying to prevent readmission into the hospital for Medicare patients.
Yes.
And so that was one grant project. They would contract with them to go out and work with those individuals that would be discharged from the emergency department, do a home visit, see if we can prevent readmission because of the financial aspects of reimbursements to the hospitals on a readmission rate. Other one would have been individuals recognized as at risk that, as you alluded to, people we'd encounter a number of different times. And so that was a separate grant project that our community paramedics would go out and work with those individuals and try to mitigate some of the reasons that they were calling 911.
And we are still doing that very much so today. Yes. But those are the same folks doing that.
Same folks that are working on the CARES
are the ones
rigs.
that we'll see in the news CARES vehicles on the street this week.
The exact same ones. Yeah.
Very good. Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, you
for
bet.
us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Alder.
All right, Alder Matthews and then Alder Glenn.
Thank you. So early on in CARES, I somewhat anecdotally had heard about the dispatch having, you know, even calls that were asking for CARES, having MPD come to those as well. And I only ask this now because I heard more recently from someone who I would imagine would know about that, that is still happening, at least somewhat. So I guess my question is kind of like, has that, you know, decreased over time? But then also for all of your data, how are calls counted if both MPD and CARES show up, like, you know, at the same time, basically?
Appreciate the question. To answer the first part of that one, back to the premise of what CARES is, we send them to the behavioral health emergencies that are nonviolent in nature. So even if someone is asking for the CARES team, I want CARES here, if there's any indication through the call taking process of the dispatchers, of the telecommunicators, it indicates that there's any concern for violence or injury or threat, law enforcement will be added to that incident. Now, that's not to say, like you alluded to, CARES might go in conjunction with law enforcement. We might have a law enforcement call that is dispatched initially that when they get on scene, they identify that CARES would be a better resource for that time being, and then CARES will be integrated into that call. Same holds true for fire. We have fire rigs that'll be going to an incident, and if they identify it's a CARES potential individual, they might ask for CARES to co-respond with them as well, or if they get on scene and identify that it's a CARES situation, can ask them to come to that scene. So still, you know, you're only as good as the information you're given over the phone, and the dispatchers do a heck of a good job of filtering that out and do the best they can. You brought up another point that I just want to raise, and what we started doing here a couple of months ago is identifying the CARES calls that we can't capture. Now, whether that be for the time of days that we don't have the rig staffed, or the time of days when all of our vehicles are out there on calls already. And we're finding that that's going to be a really key piece of information for us to identify the request for service that we can't fulfill, to help us push, are we really fulfilling these teams in the right time of days throughout the 24-hour period? Or are we at the point where we need to add a team because the calls continue to come in and we may not be able to meet that challenge of mitigating those calls? So that's what we're balancing right now with the inception of the program being just in 2021. We're watching this data play out. We've got now 3 teams that we want to get another year's worth of data and again make some data-driven decisions on that. So kind of went a roundabout way to get back at your answer, but you might see multiple agencies responding, whether it be police and CARES at the same time, fire and CARES at the same time. That happens routinely each and every day. We work very collaboratively together on that one.
And so for the data that you provide, that's like every call that CARES does go to?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the transfer to the law enforcement agency, if it's a call where both are at the call, how does that work? are they part, is that automatically part, or just at the resolution of the call if they're transported?
So you're talking this outcomes here, transferred to law enforcement, 2% of those individuals. So in all of our CARES calls that we go on, there's sometimes that we get on scene that an individual is in a situation where it is not safe for them to go with our CARES members. It's not safe for them to go with our ambulances or to the emergency department. Unfortunately, some people need to go to a different destination. And for the safety component, we always put that at the utmost for our provider safety, for the public safety. And if it's a situation that would benefit from law enforcement, that's where they get integrated into that CARES call and component together. And again, it's very collaborative, open lines of communication. We all have radios that we can communicate back and forth with each other and figure out, again, the best resource to get to the most appropriate resource to each individual, whatever that situation may be.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for the questions. Yeah.
Alder Glenn.
Thank you. With the way Madison is and it's set up, and we have like these cities that are all around us and in the middle of us, is it our job or yours? How do we expand to? How does it expand? Is it just budgetary? Is it just watching the data? Is it having conversations with like Fitchburg and Monona? I know I watched how it happened with Sun Prairie. Will that be the exact same process? And are those questions and conversations happening?
Great questions. They absolutely are happening. And in fact, in the last 2 weeks, we have had 2 specific meetings directed at what do we need to evaluate? What are the metrics we need to look at to determine the potential for expansion, whether that's expansion internally here, City of Madison, by expanding the number of teams we have, or geographically with where we're going to provide service areas. So we're strategizing that right now, and it's in collaboration with the Dane County Communication Center, with law enforcement, with Journey Mental Health, with Dane County Health and Human Services, with obviously the fire department. We have Sun Prairie involved with that because they're a stakeholder now with a service provision. So we have our entities getting together, and we're really trying to decipher that out. And really, where we're hedging right now is that we want this year to play out a little bit more and get more data so we can get through the end of this year and really look at that data and see what makes the most sense as far as where, if any, an expansion is prudent to do and what that looks like. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. You know, it's right. You're talking vehicles, you're talking oversight, you're talking staffing, you're talking a lot of logistics that need to be incorporated into that situation. So we're trying to figure out what is the biggest drivers and pushers of making those decisions and getting us in the right direction of where we need to go. There's no question when you look at the demand for service and the calls, when that's continuing to increase, like I said, we haven't reached our carrying capacity yet on that. So when we're continuing to see that increase, we're still trying to see how our current model is being able to mitigate what's happening, even though there's an increase in number of calls. So it's a game we're going to have to continue to keep a very close eye on here. And we'll continue to have collaborative meetings to figure out where we need to go and what metrics we need to use to make those data-driven decisions on expansion.
Thank you. Other models like ours all over have used people with lived experience, like certified peer specialists. Has that model ever been brought to the table of using people? I know you use people. Journey Mental Health does use them. Has that ever been brought to the table?
Not in my time in this role. I'm not saying we wouldn't look at. We would always want to look at a potential resource that might help mitigate a situation in a positive direction, whatever that resource may be. To answer your question, though, I know that specifically has not been brought to my knowledge.
I just wanted to say thank you as someone who has worked directly through a very, very hard situation for the city, for us, and worked hand in hand with a couple of the CARES people. You got a really great team, and thanks for all the hard work.
Well, it's a huge collaboration. I truly mean it. It takes a village to take care of what we got to take care of out there.
Alder Pritchett.
Question. What's the incidence of CARES calls for the K through 12 cohort?
Alder, I can get you that information at a different time. We definitely run demographics on the clients that are interacted with. I don't have that with me, but I'm happy to reach out to you when I have that data-driven or data more readily available.
And if you have that data, would it be fair to ask whether or not suicides is amongst the calls for CARES?
I don't think I have a great answer for that one either. Behavioral health emergencies encompasses a lot of different aspects. There's no doubt that threat of life is a considerable situation that they encounter. But I'd be remiss if I went and gave a percentage of the number of calls that are inherently related specifically to suicide threat or attempt. Again, that might be a bit more difficult stat to drill down on based on how they're dispatched. But I can definitely check with our data analyst and see if there's a way that we could provide more of a breakdown of what behavioral health emergencies, what the inherent nature of those requests for service are. Happy to look into that.
Okay, I asked that question primarily because there is at least adolescent medicine, has indicated, that the number of suicides amongst the K through 12 cohort has increased, and they have attributed an awful lot of it to social media. And so for that reason, that's why I was asking the question. But if you could obtain that data, I would greatly appreciate it.
I most certainly can get you the age demographics, and I will definitely look into if we could have the suicide volume. And you're, Alder, just to be clear, you're specifically referring to K through 12?
The K through 12 population, yes.
You got it.
Okay. Listen, this is great important. This work is very, very important, especially for our young adults. And, keep on keeping on. Thank you.
All right, I think we are ready to move on to our next presenter.
President, do we have Parks? I'll pull it up here. That's who's next. Parks is next? Yeah. You should be all set.
Oh, you just have to scroll instead of click because it's
There's also video in there.
I don't know.
There is.
I mean, I don't know how to.
You know if I'll be able to click on it. Okay.
Video with share screen, there's some button that you click, but now I can't.
Can I scroll to it?
Yeah, let's see.
It's that one right there. That's the video. I don't think you can share it. I don't think it's gonna.
It's not live. Do you happen to have a computer?
Yeah, I have mine.
Why don't we just hook you
Parks has a video meeting?
Which is fine. And so then, are you? You're okay if you interview in your computer? Okay. Parks is raising the bar with the video.
So we are in Zoom via this one though, so I'll have to get out of this meeting.
Join Zoom as well, so hopefully did they send you a link? If not, I can, yeah, so.
So stop sharing here.
Stop sharing here. They can hear everything we're saying, so.
For those online, we are having some technical issues and we will be back momentarily.
Going to use that computer for mine as well? You'll use yours. You use mine, okay. Okay, sounds good. That's okay. Sorry about that.
We don't have the video on our screen in Chambers.
Could you ask Paul from Media Team to give Lisa Lashinger permission?
Paul from Media Team, can you give Lisa Lassinger permission to share?
This is Lisa. I am sharing my screen right now. I have the ability to do that. So I think probably those monitors need to be set back up.
Oh. It's maybe doing something.
Oh, there
We got it.
So you, yep, you're good to go. Wonderful.
All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Terrence Thompson from the Parks Division. I'm here to talk about Parks' role in this violence prevention framework that we've been discussing here tonight. We see our role as a provision to provide safe and welcoming spaces to recreate, and this is an important factor for those in our community. My name is Terrence Thompson. I'm the Parks Community Services Manager. I oversee the division's community programs, partnerships, and 2 public facilities, which are the Goodman Pool and the Warner Park Community Recreation Center. My team's goal is to provide a safe, accessible, and affordable and equitable park system through recreation programs, partnerships, volunteers, community services, community events, and facility operations. And I have Eric Knepp, Park Superintendent, online, and Lisa Lassinger, Assistant Park Superintendent, who is running the Zoom. This evening, I'll give a brief overview of how our role fits into this framework, and we'll be giving an overview of Parks Alive, Recreation Services. Lisa, you can go to the next slide. recreation services, the Ranger program, the No program, and our newest initiative, youth engagement on the south side of Madison. Next slide. As you've heard tonight, to prevent and address violence in our community, a multi-factor approach is necessary. This slide here represents from the Prevention Institute, highlights the various pathways to violence for safety, including risk factors and protective factors. Parks and Recreation and the programs that the Parks Division manages are upstream strategies. Next slide. So I'll start talking about Parks Alive. Many of you have heard of this program. We're entering our 4th year of managing Parks Alive. It was a pilot program that came out of COVID, and it occurs in 11 City of Madison neighborhood resource team parks. We have 3 or 4 of these events at each park during the summer. From the surface, it looks like a huge block party in the park. If you pulled up to one of these Parks Alive events, you'll see food trucks, there'll be a DJ, there'll be ice cream, there'll be interactive activities, community resources. But Parks Alive is really about community building, resident engagement, placemaking, and it's a very successful violence prevention initiative that we have implemented within the division. The program aligns with the Madison-Dane County Violence Prevention Roadmap. Goals number 2 was talking about support community engagement with children, youth, and families. Goal 3, foster strong communities, and we're working towards increasing connection and reduce loneliness, increase trust, improve mental and physical health, and increase engagement with resources. Next slide. Since 2022, we've held a bunch of events. We had 105 of those since then. Over 10,000 participants, about a 28, almost 29% growth since 25. And that's largely from us increasing the parks from 9 initially to 11. We've recently expanded to 2 new NRT parks, which was Sandburg this past year and Galaxy Park, which went very well. Partner with over 70 organizations and departments, and we have a diverse array of music and local partnerships that we have. We've curated diversified events to include self-care, wellness, sports and games, and arts and culture. Next slide. So let's talk about our recreation services. Between the division and our partners, we aim to have active and welcoming parks for a diverse array of user groups. The division has focused on providing opportunities such as free events like Sana Davis Movies in the Park, Ride the Drive, the Learn 2 series, which is sponsored by the Madison Parks Foundation, as well as events at our golf courses and Oak Brook Botanical Gardens. And providing a diverse array of activities and intentional strategy, we ensure that we're inviting all of our community members into our parks. As a part of our strategic plan, we partner with organizations like MSCR, which is Madison School and Community Rec, who focus on providing recreational programming. MSCR provides a subsidized recreation classes and programs at Warner Park Community Rec Center, swimming lessons at the Goodman Pool, and offering programming at our golf courses this summer, and is a key partner for our signature event, Ride the Drive. Madison is known for its events, and while some may not think this is a targeted violence prevention method, we see community-led events and permitting we provide as an integral piece of building relationships between people. And by working with these various communities, we have the permitted events, we support organizers in thinking through their safety plans and crowd management so that the event attendees are as safe as possible. Next. So our Ranger program, so the Rangers are our first port of contact in our parks. They cover over 280 parks. They're a small team, but mighty team that ensures that we're providing a safe and welcoming experience for all of our users. They use an education-first approach to enforcing city ordinances and the park's behavior policy, and often coordinate with MPD when needed and Catalyst for Change, city street reach out use provider. The Rangers also do outreach programming through the Junior Ranger program that they provide at Parks Alive. the disc golf lending program in partnership with the Madison Public Library, and a Master and Bachelor's class in partnership with the Friends of Urban Nature. Next. So we'll talk about the NO program, and I actually have a video, which is what Lisa will be showing here in a second. But the Kids Need Opportunity at Warner, or NO program, is a youth development program that we created in partnership with the Madison Parks Foundation a couple of years ago. This program serves as a successful youth engagement model, offering a variety of structured and unstructured programs for Northside teens who once didn't see the center as a place that was welcoming. We've done a lot of intentional work with creating this program and opportunities for the young people on the North Side to feel like they're welcome into the building. This video that you'll see here was created as a part of a grant application with the 100 Man of Dane County. We applied for a grant to get a van to help us with some of the transportation issues with the youth. And we received the grant, and we actually have the van, and it's in use. So I'll let Lisa hit the share button on that. I don't know if you can hear. I don't know if you can hear Lisa. We can't hear it. Is there a share sound when you shared the presentation? No, it's not.
I don't see that, but let me try something else.
Is the volume up next to the play button?
This here?
Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, you have to unshare, and then,
there should be an option to click share sound when you start sharing.
Okay, let me give that a try. Is that any better?
All right, I can
Stop
talk
the
a little
share,
bit.
start again, and click share sound when starting up.
Could you hear when I didn't have my full present mode on? No. Okay. Tech facilitator, can you please repeat those directions to me again? I didn't quite catch all of them.
Basically restarting the share. So stopping share, start share, and there should be an option to share sound. I'll check in our settings as well.
Okay.
There should be a checkbox. Oh, I think I hear something.
Hey, I'm Valerie Richardson, and I go to East High School.
Hi, I'm Mohammed, and I'm going to East High School. No means kids need opportunity at work.
This is one of the few free and low-cost programs in the city specifically designed for teens and young adults.
I can come after school or on the weekends to play basketball, make new friends, eat snacks, and have a safe place to hang out.
No offers team night, a fishing program, 3-on-3 basketball tournaments, and a referee apprenticeship program where our youth officiate Badger Development League games around Dane County, and they earn a paycheck. No provides a place to build relationships and learn new skills that will lead to future opportunities for our kids. No offers a YLET team that provides youth perspective in developing our programming here at the center. They also earn a paycheck and gain valuable experience.
Right now, we're working on a youth-led basketball league with youth players, referees, and scorekeepers, all organized by our youth leadership team.
With our own van, we could provide rides, so teens don't have to take the city bus. We could go on so many field trips in the community and expand the basketball program. For me, no means a family.
It's more than transportation. Our teens need a familiar face saying, "Get in. It matters to us that you're here." That sense of belonging is what can change their lives. What's your name? Where do you go to school?
Yeah, it was a nice little video of the NO program. It's one of our good success stories, I would say, within the Parks Division, and it continues to move strongly. Since we implemented it, we've been able to hire a full-time program coordinator to run the program, and we actually just expanded the facility, a $9 million facility expansion, so we can serve more kids that opened just a couple weeks ago. For the kids, and they've come back in full force. So the NO program positions us to expand our offerings over to the south side. So can you go to the next slide? So our new youth engagement coordinator, it was added to our 2026 operating budget. We work with Alder Madison and Evers on the budget amendment, and we'll be developing and leading programming with a focus on youth violence prevention at the Goodman Pool, Southside, Madison Parks, and the surrounding areas, including the Wenger Triangle. The position focuses on promoting positive youth development through direct engagement and implementing a variety of programs that support skill building, leadership, and constructive participation. Much of their time over the summer will be spent at the pool, engaging with the youth that come there to hang out. While the goal of the position is to improve behavior and ensure a welcoming atmosphere at the pool, we heard from community members that the behaviors and conflicts that have flared up at the pool often start elsewhere. So we want to ensure residents that throughout the area, they have safe places to recreate. Our parks should be places where they can experience not just the joy of recreational sports, but also joy of community connection and a true sense of belonging. This is why this position will be creating programs that happen inside locations outside the pool as well. We envision this person developing programs similar to the NO program that we've developed at Warner Park in collaboration with the community and responsive to the needs of the youth in the area. The position will be posted soon, and we hope to have a new person in the role by the springtime. I've seen the requisition come through, so that process is moving along. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Alder Harrington McKinney is first, and then Alder Madison.
Thank you so very much. I am excited about the potential for youth engagement, and could you tell us a little bit more? Is this a pilot, or is this, and I'm specifically thinking about youth in the area of Elver Park. Is there a plan to do an expansion, or where are you in terms of looking at duplicating that model in other I won't say high risk, but other areas within the city?
We definitely love to. That position was specific for the pool and the Windward Triangle area. So for that role, that'll be specifically for that. But we're always interested in learning about more opportunities for us to create a greater impact, and with our resources, deploy those as we can.
Okay, well, definitely I wanted to have that conversation. I'm really impressed because I see how actively engaged the program has been with the youth around the Goodman Pool. And so I'm excited about that, to be able to replicate that and duplicate that. And I would certainly like to have that kind of conversation so that our youth can experience what the young people are doing over through that program. And so I certainly would like to have a conversation with, would it be you? How would I engage that
Yeah,
conversation?
feel free to connect. We can definitely chat about that.
Okay,
opportunity.
spot on. I'm complete.
All right, Alder Madison and then Alder Knox.
Thank you. Just a quick clarifying question. The position that Alder Evers and I worked on, that doesn't start until like April, spring?
April 27th.
Perfect. That's all I got. Thank you.
Alder Knox.
Thank you. I guess regarding this position that will work in the pool, and then you also talked about the Wingra Creek area, is that correct?
Wingo Triangle, yep.
Wingra Triangle, okay. So I guess one of my questions is, what kind of position is it? Is it a coordinator position, I think I read?
Yes, it's Comp Group 18-4.
Okay, can you kind of explain what that position basically would be doing or would entail? Do you have a position description already?
Yes, we that position.
Just give me a
will be-
brief. You don't have to read it, but just
Oh,
give me
no,
a brief
it'll-
idea of what this position would do.
Yeah, so focusing on work at the Goodman Pool, so youth engagement work with a variety of community partners and ensuring that the youth have a safe and welcoming experience, which also includes implementing our pool waiver program that was put out by the Park Commission at the end of the pool season last year, and then standing up our summer nights program that we piloted last year over at Wright Middle School. So we're looking at this position and how we can bring that program back, as well as expanding into fall and winter type programming as well. Though that's still being developed. The position just got approved for a hire this week.
Okay, and I guess when you say waiver program, is that waiving the fees to the pool?
No, there's a waiver that youth have to fill out 11 to 15 years old to be able to access the pool. That was came as a result of behavior situations last year.
Okay, in lieu of having the sub-parental supervision, is that what that's about?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. And so I assume the parents have to sign the waiver as well as the student?
Correct.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess what I'm kind of trying to figure out is, from what I heard about some of the issues at the pool, it was kind of a security issue. So I'm just wondering, what question would be, who would this coordinator be coordinating with if there's no like youth workers? A lot of youth-oriented programs have youth workers that are being coordinated. In this case, it's just a coordinator. So who would they be coordinating with? Some of the nonprofits in the neighborhood?
Correct. Yeah. So
can you give me an idea of that?
Yes. So we worked last summer with a lot of folks that presented tonight. Public Health, Focus Interruption Coalition helped us with that. Also worked with Madison Police, a variety of different stakeholders within the youth spectrum. The Madison Public Library is another example. The Madison School District, MSCR, they'll be working with those individuals to identify those youth that we can connect with and make those relationships with. I think a big part of what we want to get out of this is that relationship building before the pool opens. So when the position is hired in April, they'll be kind of on the ground. We'll have a plan for them, making those connections and those relationships to outreach some of those kids on the south side in order to help explain the rules and expectations as it relates to use of the pool for the summer.
Okay, so you mentioned the pool users, which that's citywide. So those kids could be coming from literally anywhere in the city to use our only municipal pool, correct?
Yes.
And then you also mentioned the Wingra Creek area. as well. So my question is, what about the other kids on the south side? How would they be able to connect to this? Are you restricting this to a certain regional or group or geographical part of the south side? I'm just trying to envision, how this process would roll out.
Are you talking about as far as the pool is concerned?
Well, as far as parks is concerned too. Because, for example, we have, like, let's say Pitt Park, one of the most heaviest used parks in the city. I'm not aware of anybody coordinating violence prevention activities there other than whatever resources will be coming from the public health. So how do you connect with all of the youth on the south side in order to make sure that you're going to be impactful?
As I mentioned, a variety of community partners is our initial plan. We do have Parks Alive that occurs at Penn Park, by the way. But
I'm familiar with Parks Alive. That's very infrequent. Okay, in terms of the use of the park and the kids that are using the park. So go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh yeah. So through that array of community partners is our plan right now to help get us connected with those individuals that'll be coming to use the pool.
Okay. Is Eric or your other
they're both
administrators available as well for questions?
Yes, this is Assistant Park Superintendent Lisa Lashinger. I'm available for questions, and I think Eric is here as well. Trying to get my video turned on.
So I guess I've just tried to, there are a variety of security or safety issues at our parks. I know I'm familiar with some issues at Water Park, certainly Pitt Park. The pool is a big focus because that's citywide, which makes sense. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the park's plan to provide a safe and secure environment for young people who use the parks and adults for that matter.
As we're still working on building out exactly what this position will look like, but the goal would be for it to focus on serving youth on the south side of Madison. And so it could involve, and we would envision that it would involve some additional program at parks like Penn that are also on the south side. As Terrence mentioned, we did pilot Nights at Wright program this last summer, and that's something that we would be looking to expand. So that's programming that happens during summer evenings when there's less programming happening in the schools that could help with the youth during the summer. We also need to build out what this looks like during the school year. And so that's why, as Terrence has mentioned, connecting with those community partners to build on those relationships and figure out how to best serve these youth is going to be key to this position.
Okay, that's fine. So as one of those community partners, the Southside Raiders uses Pitt Park for several months during the year and certainly have 80 plus kids probably using that program. And so it would be a good idea to reach out in terms of addressing some of those very issues because they're there probably from July through October. You know what I mean, on a regular basis. So just try to figure out, I don't know why nobody reached out, to the Southside Raiders as a big user, probably one of the largest youth serving organizations on the South Side. So just my suggestion is somebody should reach out.
No, absolutely. We would do that. As Terrence mentioned, this position is not hired yet. And they won't be on staff until the end of April. So especially since you're the alder of that district and you have many connections, it would be great if we can connect with you and pick your brain on not just the Raiders. We're very familiar with the Raiders, but other organizations that you think would be helpful for us to benefit, to connect with.
Yeah. Yep, certainly, because there are a lot of teenage kids who are very underserved. Even they don't frequent the Boys and Girls Club that often either. So we really have to find a way how to not only reach out to them, but when they are participating, make sure that it's a safe environment to use. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Seeing no other
That's
alders in the queue, I think we will move to our next presentation.
Okay, everybody's ready? Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. I know it's very late, so thank you for sticking with me. For those community members who don't know me, my name is Yan Tao. I'm the director of the city's traffic engineering division. Traffic engineering is responsible for the city's pedestrian, bicycle, and motor vehicle systems. We are also responsible for the city's radio communication system and also maintain a big part of the city's fiber communication system. Vision Zero, even though it's officially housed in traffic engineering, but it really is a citywide effort involving many city agencies out there, such as the mayor's office, MPD, public health, fire department, engineering division, fleet division, and many more. Here I want to say that, even my role in this is to assist the mayor and the council in overseeing the work of the whole team. But really, we are where we are today because all the agencies are participating and doing a good work. Otherwise, we won't be going very far. I also want to thank all of you, our elected officials, for all your support, your encouragement, your understanding, and your collaboration. And I want to thank our community members for allowing us to do different things, allowing us to innovate, to try new things, maybe sometimes make mistakes, implementing some of the very controversial projects in the city, and luckily, saw mostly good results from those. So again, thank you all. Without you, we're not where we are today. So first, what's Vision Zero? Vision Zero is a new strategy aimed at eliminating traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. So it's different from the traditional traffic safety approach in a few major ways. So first, we used to think that traffic deaths are inevitable, right? It's just part of the price we pay for our mobility. However, Vision Zero thinks that traffic deaths are preventable if we do things carefully, mindfully, and if we do things systematically. And traditionally, we used to demand perfect human behavior. Everybody has to be perfect. But Vision Zero acknowledges we're all human beings. And human beings make mistakes. However, though, because we make a mistake, it doesn't mean that us or someone else has to lose their lives. And Vision Zero is also different from traditional approach in what we focus on. So traditionally, we focus on preventing all collisions. Vision Zero thinks that maybe all those collisions are not completely equal. So let's use our limited resources and focus on the ones that are really bad, the ones really cause people to lose their lives and really change people's lives forever. Let's focus on those. And we used to demand individual responsibility, right? Everyone works as an individual. But Vision Zero takes a system approach. So everyone is a part of the whole system. So when we work together, we can have a lot of synergy. And we used to think that saving lives is expensive. We cannot afford to do it. Vision Zero thinks that saving lives don't have to be expensive, as long as we can do small things consistently and mindfully. So here is a quick timeline of Vision Zero Madison. Back in actually 2019, Mayor Sacha, challenged city staff for new ideas, for innovation. I suggested to her that let's start Vision Zero. She was very supportive. She actually, took the initiative and got us even some grant support from Harvard University, the Kennedy School, along with the Bloomberg Philanthropy. So we get some extra support from them. We have worked with them, work over a few months time period. We developed kind of a plan to launch Vision Zero in Madison. So in 2020, the council officially adopted a city budget that includes a small funding for us to start working. And in July 2020, in the height of a pandemic, our city, the mayor, the common council passed resolution to officially support Vision Zero in Madison. For that summer, we start to roll out a lot of projects. In the meantime, we worked on developing a Vision Zero action plan. So that's kind of longer-term roadmap, telling us what to do in the coming years. But we didn't really waste any time. We're waiting the plan to be complete before we act. So we act at the same time. We wrote a lot of projects. We formed a Vision Zero steering team, mostly city staff from different departments, and also a community stakeholder task force involving a lot of community organizations in our city. So we consult them, ask them what they think, and they help guide our work. We also kind of collaborate with one of, at that time, traffic engineering, another initiative, Complete Green Streets. And together, we launched a new program for public engagement. It's called Let's Talk Streets. We make the intentional effort, reaching out to everyone, including our residents we used to rarely heard from, especially those living in the low-income communities. And in summer of 2021, we also started another, now I think everybody knows it, now it's become very popular initiative. It's called 20 is Plenty. So basically reducing speed limit on local residential streets to 20 miles per hour to increase safety and livability. So we started a pilot project in 2 neighborhoods. I'm going to talk more about that a bit later. And we also worked with the University of Wisconsin, and they help us develop, analyze all the data we have over many years and developed what we call a high injury network, which is a collection of our streets with the highest amount of fatalities and injuries, so that we use that to guide our investment on safety improvements. And in March of 2022, the Common Council officially adopted our Vision Zero action plan, developed by the staff team. And in April, we were also recognized officially as a Vision Zero city by one of the national organizations. We also start to roll out a lot of events in collaboration with other city departments, especially like the parks, for the Parks Alive event, with fire department for Safety Saturdays. So really, bring city resources to the residents instead of asking them to come to our meetings, because we understand, right? Not all of us can afford to, leave their house or leave their neighborhood and come to a city building to meet with us. And we also developed a new program called Safe Streets Madison to prioritize safety projects, which I talked a bit more on that, and started a lot of programs through a lot of projects through that program. And we continued our public engagement, continuous safe streets and speed management projects. And in the spring of 2024, we released our first progress report. So hopefully, many of you haven't seen that. We made a lot of progress, and those were documented in there. We shared a lot of data as well. And very excitingly, we are wrapping up our second progress report right now. So that's going to be released to the public very soon, and there's going to be tons of more information in there. We are taking a safe system approach. We actually, started this before the United States Department of Transportation adopted this. So later on, they start to promote kind of nationwide, safety strategy, and they start to promote safe system approach. So if you work in an industry, you will see that our components are a little bit different from theirs. That's because we developed this before they did. So we didn't know, right? So it's a bit different, but the core are mostly the same. So first, safe streets. So we want to make our streets safer by mindfully designing it, by mindfully operating it, by mindfully control it, and also by doing speed management. The second component is safe people. So we provide education and encourage safe behaviors from all road users, and also building a safety culture in our community. We also collaborate with public health, and now we are starting to work with local businesses who serve customers alcohols, making sure that we put customer safety up front as well. Safe vehicles. We work with our fleet division on promoting safety technology in vehicles. Those can really make a difference when crash happens. And also we keep an eye on all the emerging technologies that we can utilize to improve safety. Another critical part is safety data. So we really want to be data-centered. Use the data as our guide for decision-making. So we did a lot of data analysis and really, trying to get the biggest bang with our investment. Last but not least, safety-focused enforcement. So here I want to, thank Chief Patterson and the whole MPD team for working with us. Really making traffic enforcement, focused on safety, right? Instead of focusing on violations, may not have a serious safety impact, right? Like expired license plate. But let's focus on DUIs. Let's focus on excessive speeding. And also, we work with them, as the chief mentioned previously. Focus on our high injury network, right? You really pay attention to where serious crashes happens. So we saw a lot of positive impact from doing that. We're also listening to the public. Again, through the Let's Talk Streets program, we're trying to build a better understanding of what our residents want us to do as a city agency. And we want to make sure what we are doing, really are serving them. So, we ask a lot of people. So last time, actually, we kind of tallied this together. We engaged almost 2,000 people through the process. And we're really trying to build a consensus on what we value in our community, right? And these 4 things are what we heard most. Our residents ask us to put people first, to prioritize safety over speed of travel. Really, right? If you cannot get to your destination safely, it doesn't really matter how fast you get there. And our residents ask us to support community, prioritize place and create place, and prioritize access. And our residents ask us to foster sustainability, building more multimodal and also more green streets. And our residents ask us to focus on equity, not just in the process on how we do things, but also look at the outcomes. So these are really becomes our guiding principles as we push out controversial projects, right? And we did many of those. Whenever those happens, we're trying to get these community values out. These were what we agreed on, and let's see whether those projects comply with this. If so, let's do it. If not, let's find something else. We have also been learning from others. Actually, it's not a secret that Vision Zero really hasn't gone very well in the United States. It started in Europe, in Sweden. We saw great results over there. Then a few US cities started to do that. However, on most part, we just put a label on the same thing, right? We just label the same thing as the Vision Zero. We expect different results. That never happens. And that's why we saw, many Vision Zero cities, actually the fatalities keep increasing. However, though, there are, a couple of cities who've done really well. For example, Hoboken, New Jersey. So a small community cross river from Manhattan. At that time, when we start to collaborate with them, they had 4 years without a single fatality on their roads. The roads they control, not including the state highways. Now actually it's 80 years. But we have been working with them over the years with a lot of peer exchange. We also got some federal funding to do a peer exchange program with Arlington County, Virginia. Right across the river from Washington, D.C. We really, explored what we can do to push Vision Zero to the next level in the United States. As I mentioned, we are implementing our new Safe Streets Madison program. So it's a new infrastructure program. We worked with Transportation Commission. We developed this new program to kind of focus our resources on eliminating serious fatal crashes and also filling gaps in our walk and bike network. Because data showed us that pedestrians and bicyclists are the most vulnerable on the road. They are overrepresented in the fatality and injury data. Yeah, because they don't, when they travel, they don't have a protection around them, right? So they're very vulnerable. We basically combined funding from a few smaller programs and integrate them as one, so we can kind of go through systematic review of all the public requests out there. I want to say that these focus on small to medium-sized projects. Does not include really large projects reconstruct a whole street. So that funding is typically included in city engineering budget, but we work with them and work on with them on the design of the road, and we build in a lot of safety features through that process. So this new process really puts a lot more focus on safety and also improve the fairness on how we distribute funds across the city. I can give you one example. South Madison, right? We, for many years, we really don't get a whole lot of complaints, requests from neighborhood. So, but because we got so many complaint requests from other neighborhood, so we did very few projects in South Madison. However, though, since this program started, we implemented over 30 safety projects in the South Madison neighborhood. So that's just one example. That shows that we are distributing our resources much more equitably. We are also moving forward pretty aggressively with speed management. And here's why. Speed really plays a critical role in the outcome of crashes. So the higher speed a vehicle is driving, the driver's field of vision become narrower. So we just cannot see them as many things as we were driving maybe slower. And also the higher speed we travel, the longer it takes for us to stop if something happens. So that increases the possibility of crashes being happening. And also, more importantly, physics tells us, right? Higher speed that a car is traveling, the more damage it's going to cause. Especially when it collides with a pedestrian, for example, at a 20 mile per hour, there is a 13% chance a pedestrian will be killed. At a 30 mile per hour, that increases to 40%. And at a 40 mile per hour, it's almost certain that pedestrian will be dying. That's 73%. So speed really matters, and that's why we have been, very aggressive in managing speeding on our roadways. But I'm happy to report that, those are very controversial projects, and we have done a before and after study on all of those projects. And I'm happy to report that we saw overwhelmingly positive results on almost all those streets we studied, with only like a couple exceptions. What we saw is that we actually didn't change the average speed that much. For example, East Washington Avenue, this is data from East Washington Avenue, one of the first speed management project we did in the city, following our safety crashes, back in 2020, 2021. We had 6 fatalities in a year on East Washington Avenue, with mostly pedestrians being hit. So we came in with this speed management, and we found that we reduced the average speed by only 1 to 2 miles per hour, right? Even though we reduced the speed limit by, like in downtown area, by 50 miles per hour. As we go out further, a little bit less. And, but, what changed a lot is, the percentage and also the number of people who drive really fast. We saw that they actually moved to the middle. So people who are driving really fast now tend to drive in the middle now. So, for example, at this location on East Washington Avenue, people who traveled over 40 miles per hour reduced by 30 to 90%, depending on the different locations. I also want to share some interesting results on our 20 is Plenty program. So we did an evaluation last year, how those 2 neighborhoods that we did in 2021 worked, right? What we did is that we went back 4 years before we made a change, and we go after 4 years after we made the change, because that's the largest amount of data we can get at that time. What we found is that we saw a big change. But the question is that, does it change everywhere, right? There's so many factors involved, so we set some control, right? One of the control is the nationwide data. Another control is the citywide data. So for nationwide data, for the, before 4 years and after 4 years, crash is reduced by about 4 to 4%. For Madison, the whole city, we did much better. Our crash is reduced by 29%. But for 2 neighborhoods, that's even better. For example, for 10 in Napa neighborhood, the crash is reduced by 42%. And in the Teresa Hammerson neighborhood, it reduced by 46%. So well above the city average, and of course the national average. So we really believe it works. And so that's why last year we rolled it, rolled it out citywide. So I think most residents, probably now have 20-mile speed limit, 20-mile speed limit on their streets. Another benefit I think really is not just regarding just about these streets only, but also is a gentle reminder on all of us, right? Most of us start our day on local street, and most of us end our day on a local street. So I think it really serves a really good reminder for all of us, right? Safety matters most. And we're making significant progress. As I mentioned, so through the Vision Zero initiative, we really improved our public engagement process and made it more equitable. Since the Safe Streets program was created, we funded 237 projects. Most of them already implemented. People are enjoying the benefits. And some of them are in a different stage of delivery process. Some are being designed, some are, we're getting a contractor working on it. And also, we get more projects in the pipeline. Actually, it becomes so popular. So right now, we have over 600 requests from our residents on there. And so we're trying our best to get, cover as many of them as possible. For speed management, over the last few years, we reduced speed limits on over 60 miles of our major roadways through, I think, a little bit over 60 different projects. Again, I think most of them we saw really good results. And as I mentioned, that we complete the citywide rollout of the 20 is Plenty program. We also developed, implemented, and actually are now enhancing a new complete green streets guide, which kind of defines how we design streets in the future. And we incorporating as much as safety improvements into our street reconstruction work and street resurfacing work as well. Actually, lots of those work actually are funded by, not by our taxpayers in the city. It's funded by the federal government. So we secured traffic engineering division alone. In the last few years, we applied and secured about 30 different federal grants. And among those, over $20 million of funding are related to safety. So we're bringing to our community. And I think most importantly, I really feel like we are institutionalizing a new design and operations philosophy in our city. I think that's going to benefit us for long term. So our work actually has been recognized nationally for what we do in Madison, such as the National League of Cities. I know some of the others went to their conference and heard they talk really positive about us. The National Association of City Transportation Officials, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the Vision Zero Network. So we got a lot of recognition from our peers. But more important to me, we got a lot of approval from our residents. So I think that really matters to me the most. We received so many heartwarming notes from residents, actually including some examples here. Actually, one of the note actually from one of you others here. I don't know. I'm not sure whether you can still recognize that. So, but this we really appreciate the positive feedback, the appreciation from the public, from the elected officials, because I think as one of the notes said that like my husband and I imagine you get a lot of communications and a lot of appreciation for the job you do. That's true, right? We are here to serve the public, so I think public tends to contact us only when they have an issue, right? When things going well, great, right? But some of you actually take time to let us know. We thank you for that. I want to share, a piece of very encouraging data with you. Again, I think more data will be in our progress report. But this piece of data, I think, is the most important one. So that's the number of fatalities on city-controlled or jointly controlled roadways. So I'm talking about all roads in Madison that the city can have our hands on. So this does not include the few roadways that we cannot do anything about it, such as Beltline, Stoughton Road, Highway 30. But most everything else, like even East Washington Avenue, we have some joint control over it. Some of the county highways, we have joint control over it. So as long as we can have some influence, it's in this data set. When we started Vision Zero in 2020, we had 12 fatalities on our roadways. And last year, in 2025, we reduced that to 6. So that's a 50% reduction. And we also saw that so this is not just 1 year. We saw the trend, in the years before that as well. Our 2024 data also in the same trend. So I really feel like what we are doing together are working, and it's really making a difference on our streets. But our work is not done. We still have a lot of work to do, right? Even one death is too many. So I think the fatality, our first fatality in 2026, a couple weeks ago on Packers Avenue, is a sobering reminder that we lost a senior member of our community, and it just reminds me, right? Our work is not done, right? We need to continue to do this, and we'll not stop working until we reach our goal of 0 fatalities and serious injuries on our roadways. So let's work together. Thank you.
Alder Madison.
Finally, I'm first. All this hard work all night. Well, I just really I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you. And I'm like so serious, because in my district, at least, especially in the Sandburg area, all the sort of like concerns around speeding, around kids being able to cross the street, especially with parent pickup and drop off at Sandburg Elementary School, just the tweaks in the neighborhood has been like, I think folks have appreciated that. And there was another crosswalk near right at Portage Road where kids have to cross. That's also been improved. So those concerns or questions that I was getting in the beginning of my first couple of years, no longer, I don't get those anymore. So I just want to say thank you, especially because there was a slide about the public and public access or whatever. I saw my district represented in all of that. So again, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
Alder Uguer.
Thank you, President Piver. 2 questions. First one, going back to that collaboration, lessons learned with a place like Hoboken, which has had these notable results. Are there one or two things maybe that really make a difference between how they went at it and how apparently we're going at it than those that have not had good numbers in terms of what they've achieved?
That's a wonderful question. So, yeah, we learned quite a few through our peer exchanges. And, I have to thank the mayor actually for collecting us with their staff, through their mayor. We were able to kind of meet and kind of exchange ideas. What I feel that, they are doing well, a couple of things I think we kind of, copied. One is their way of being able to, move controversial projects forward, right? I think other U.S. cities, I don't think that they don't know, but they were not able to find a path forward on those very controversial projects. What we're doing sometimes very controversial. So, how to manage the process, that requires skills and also like a lot of, relationship building, trust with the community, support from the, you all. I think that's, make a difference for them. It's making a difference for us. So secondly, I feel like they really focus on doing small things consistently. Instead of doing like, a few really large projects, make big deal of it, and then proceed as normal, as usual. For example, they did one project, they call it daylighting every intersection. So which, actually is very basic, small concept, which that, making sure you remove some parking from near intersection so that you maintain that good sight line, between drivers and pedestrians, right? It's not a fancy idea, but they've done that consistently across the city. I think that actually matters a lot. So I think those are a couple of things.
Okay. One of the things I think I'm seeing is that traffic engineering is not afraid to experiment. I mean, some things we have to try. We think they might accomplish something, but maybe we'll try something else if that doesn't work or so forth. So when you mention that we do some things that are a little controversial, just because so much of the BRT route is in my district, I get to hear a lot about no turn on red. Do we have any early data yet that says that that's accomplishing what we hope it might accomplish?
That's a good question. We're doing studies on a lot of projects. And we saw, again, overwhelming positive results on most of them. For the changes along the BRT route, because, it's a fairly recent, so we haven't done a systematic before and after study yet. For safety data, we typically wait, a few years so we can get enough data. But we did get, quite a few positive feedback, from residents regarding safety. Actually, I just heard one this morning when during a meeting talking about East Washington Avenue, how that have changed. We have been changing East Washington Avenue, and I think the improvements with the BRT, make streets even safer, especially at the pedestrian crossings. BRT project really, we really collaborate with that project, and that was led by DOT and Metro Transit, but we collaborate on the kind of pedestrian safety component at the intersections. So really, I think beefed up the accommodations for pedestrians, especially where are the BRT stations. So I definitely think that's going to that will make that's positive safety impact. And yeah, I think we'll probably wait for a few years and we'll do a maybe systematic study on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Pritchett.
I have a Girl Scout troop that I've been working with, and they are seeking to earn a badge. They want me to ask you a question, and the question is this. In their neighborhood, off of Old Sauk Road in Shway, the school out there is the Pope Farms Elementary School. They are trying to get the city of Madison to provide signage for road crossings, etc. And I'm going to harken back to one of your earlier slides, which mentioned the whole idea of making roads safer for everyone. One of the troops, Girl Scout troopers, fell and broke her leg, her ankle, and her leg was flailing. She had been attempting to cross the street because she was worried about the cars coming too fast. Their question is this. If they submitted a proposal, this is their proposal, this is the action they think you should take or traffic safety should take, would that proposal be accepted? Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. The answer is absolutely yes. Yeah, so we love to see the proposal from the Girl Scout, and we will work with them to evaluate the concept and we help them to improve it. So that area is actually on our radar for improvements. It's right at the border of the city. The school itself actually is not in the city. It's a different school district. But you know, the Old Sauk Road, that segment is right in the city limit. We have been working on that, and we also actually providing school crossing guards, you know, a couple times every day, helping the kids crossing the street over there. But we do know there's more work needs to be done. So I would love to receive a proposal from our kids over there, and we'd love to collaborate with them.
That would be great. As I said, they are very, very afraid of crossing the street. And as I said, we've had a couple of conversations about Old Sauk Road, especially Old Sauk at Junction Road. That's a problem for seniors. They're looking for relief as well, especially at the Junction Road, Old Sauk intersect. Crossing the street for them, especially because of mobility issues, is problematic. And they're really looking for some relief with respect to what do they have to do short of being maimed and or killed in trying to cross the street.
Thank you. That one actually is already on our list. I think staff are developing some project concepts, and we'll be evaluating that through the Safe Streets Madison program. So hopefully we can get something done over there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Alder Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I also want to thank you for your responsiveness to the community. For those of you who aren't aware, prior to this fall, Willie Street would go to 4 lanes during the rush hour, morning and afternoon. We'd take away the parking lanes and have them all open to traffic. And the Marquette Neighborhood Association felt that caused a lot of danger. We had numerous car building collisions. And so the Neighborhood Association came up with the idea to stop doing that, just to keep parking there 24 hours. And they put it to the Transportation Commission, who approved it, and we did a trial and found that not only did it lower some speeds, but it didn't really seem to increase congestion at all. And so now that's a permanent change. And I just appreciate being able to get that done, especially getting it started before John Nolan was closed, so we had some accurate data. And I just think that was a really successful example of community-led idea that had support from the city and got done and for a positive change. So thank you.
Oh, thank you and the neighborhood, for the collaboration through that process. So thank you for, bringing the ideas to us.
Alder Pritchett, did you have another question, or is this your hand from before? I'm going to guess it was her hand from before. Okay, go ahead, Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I just have one question, probably more first to kind of start a more in-depth conversation in the future. But we've talked a lot about making safety improvements, and I actually appreciate a lot of the safety improvements that you've done in District 11. It's made a lot of residents feel much safer crossing the street. But and lowering the speed limit also helps quite a bit. But there are still individuals who drive too fast no matter what. And we've talked about some of the by reducing the amount of police officers. Also in having different people who respond to incidents is the right approach. But I guess, my question is, at what point do all the safety measures that we're taking just aren't enough, and we actually will need to actually have more traffic enforcement officers to really kind of be visible and address the issues of people who just drive too fast no matter what we do. So that's kind of my question or concern, maybe a future discussion. But.
Sure. Yeah. That's a wonderful question, and I invite Chief Patterson to chime in as well. I think ideally, right, for every project, right, there is engineering component, right, but there is also can be like enforcement support on that. I know that we office resource limitations, both from my end, from the chief's end. So we have been, our teams have been communicating constantly. So MPD, has a member, sitting on the Vision Zero team meeting every week. And we have been, so what happens right now is that, for some projects, we collaborate proactively. For example, like a major speed management program, when we reduce speed limit on East Washington Avenue, for example, we worked at MPD proactively programmed a few enforcement initiatives on there. Initially started with education and then followed by ticketing, right? So I think that has been very effective. But we will not be able to do that, for every single project. So for many other projects, we use kind of engineering countermeasures first, and then when we still notice issues, such as some of the the changes, especially like signage changes, right? Without enforcement, it won't be that effective. So for very pragmatic locations, we always reach out to either the traffic enforcement and safety team within MPD or the district captains. So they have been helping us to kind of pay some special attention to those pragmatic locations. So I thought it has been, given the resources we have, I thought that collaboration has gone really well, much better than years ago. Yeah. So again, I think we probably not going to have resources in the foreseeable future to do all the things we want to do in a perfect way. But I think we're using our resources very smart together, and we are trying to make the most impact with the resources we have.
All right, seeing no further questions, I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. And I know I learned a lot, and hopefully my colleagues did, and there will be things for the public to learn. And just thank you all for all you do to make our city a safe and welcoming space. Good night.